What up, Jay? How you living, pimp? How'd you find out about me? How'd you find it? No way. You were on Twitch and you found me. That's great. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more content on the internet than any person in global history. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, Jay? That's okay. It's essentially just someone being on camera 24 hours a day, and that's what I do. I've been doing it since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource. Data has overtaken petroleum as the most valuable resource on Earth, and I have more data archived than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, Jay, I'm going to help you, your friends, and your family become financially independent if you're not already, to have generational wealth if you don't already, and to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Amazing, absolutely. Oh boy. I don't know if I know a lot about crypto, but I am sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. It is a lot. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, what do you want to know about crypto? Yeah, well, absolutely. First question, are you 18? Okay, how old are you? Okay, so at 19, you have the opportunity to perhaps see cryptocurrency become mainstream, so that's excellent. You will have the opportunity perhaps to be able to make a lot of money on it at such a young age. So, do you know anything about crypto or nothing? Okay. Well, the quick and dirty of it is the first cryptocurrency is known as Bitcoin. It was started by, allegedly, a man named Satoshi Nakamoto. The reason why I say allegedly is this guy started Bitcoin and then disappeared. No one knows what happened to him. And so you should know as a Bitcoin investor to be, or as a cryptocurrency investor, that this is all based on someone who just disappeared. And you know how hard it is to disappear in the year 2025, and it is just about as hard to disappear in the year 2009 when this all started. But with that being said, there are alternative theories that this might be started by governments or non-governmental organizations or perhaps intelligence agencies. But nevertheless, Bitcoin started about 2009 when the first Bitcoin transaction took place, and it wasn't really worth very much at all. You could get hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps even millions of Bitcoin for a penny. It was not really worth anything when it first started, and that's not that long ago. In fact, but the interesting thing is that this was thought to be a way to be able to have a digital currency, and we had, if you look at like in 2010, 2011, it started to expand, and it eventually got to be worth a penny, and then worth a dime, and then worth $1. When it hit $1, it started to become like people started to get more serious about it. But it's funny, you'll see like video game tournaments that took place in the year like 2012, and first place was an Xbox. Second place was like a Game Boy. and third place was 10 Bitcoin. Now back then, first place would have been worth like maybe $300. Second place would have been worth $200, and third place would have been worth like $3. But now, 10 Bitcoin is worth about $1.2 million. So within like a decade or so, we've seen such a quick change, a little bit more, but such a quick change. So just know it can be very volatile. Okay, so how do you buy Bitcoin? Well, let me continue the story of it, and then I'll tell you how to do that. So you had people who started to get interested in this, particularly on something called the dark web, where it was used for transactions that you didn't want traced, or perhaps for money laundering, all kinds of reasons. But it gained legitimacy that way. And one of the reasons why it is seen as a formidable alternative to traditional currency is because it's anonymous, but yet you can see the transactions that have occurred from one wallet to another. So there is the anonymity that you have, that let's say you want to just give a friend a bunch of Bitcoin, you're able to. But on the flip side of that, if you don't know whose wallet it is, which it's just a string of characters, it's very difficult to determine who that is. All right, so then about 2016, we see Bitcoin. Well, it started to grow. It got to be $100. And about 2016, it got to be $1,000 per Bitcoin. And that's when it started making more mainstream news. People started getting more serious about it. And then you can just watch the chart up until the present day. I mean, it hit $100,000 like last May, or no. Last May it was $69,000. Earlier this year it hit $100,000, and now it's at $120,000. All right. So what does that mean? It means that the sky's the limit for this type of cryptocurrency, and I anticipate it'll hit $1 million by the end of the decade, and other financial analysts feel confident in those predictions as well. Now, Bitcoin's not the only type of cryptocurrency. It's like if we had an umbrella, cryptocurrency would be the umbrella, and the individuals under the umbrella would be different cryptocurrencies. So the big one is Bitcoin. Then you have the second biggest one is known as Ethereum. And then you have other ones. Another one is known as Solana. And some others are like Dogecoin. And there are perhaps millions of different cryptocurrencies. But the big three are Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. Now, in addition to there being cryptocurrencies, you have things called, they're called meme coins. Some people call them shit coins. But they're basically coins that some people, they could be you, your friends, whatever, want to start your own cryptocurrency. And cryptocurrency gives you the freedom to be able to start your own cryptocurrency. So a lot of times you can get these cryptocurrencies for like nothing. Even people will give them to you just for free. We'll talk about how to do that in a minute. But basically, whenever you hear about cryptocurrencies, it's not just Bitcoin, it's not just Ethereum, it's not just Solana. There are perhaps millions of them, but the big three are Bitcoin, Solana, Ethereum, and Solana. Okay, so then what else do you need to know about it? Well, how do you store it? So there's something called a crypto wallet, and this is something. You have a crypto wallet? Okay, excellent. Which one do you have? Okay, that's great. So the key thing with any crypto wallet, including MetaMask, is you never want to give away your passkey. Your seed phrase is what it's called. So that's like all those. Did you write down like a bunch of words and put it in a safe place? That's exactly right. So there are some people who, I mean, that's like your password to your computer. If you don't have that, you can't get your money. And if you give that to someone else, they can drain all your money. So a lot of times what people will do is send you a link and say, hey, click on this link and it'll look like MetaMask. And then MetaMask will ask you for your passphrase or what you thought was MetaMask, and you put it in, and then somebody just drained your whole account. So don't ever give that to anyone. Don't give it to a girlfriend. Don't give it to a wife, unless you trust them with your life, because they can drain anything that you want. Now, what you can do is have a shared crypto wallet with someone, but just know that basically it's important. If you don't ever want to get your wallet drained, then you can't share that with anyone. So that's very important. So that's great. I don't know where you keep that piece of paper or whatever. Don't keep it on your phone. Don't keep it anywhere electronic, because it can be hacked that way. The best thing to do is have it on a piece of paper and keep it in a safe. The reason why that's probably the best way to do it is the safe is generally fireproof. And if you don't have a safe, just put it in a firebox. They're like $25, $30. You can get them on Amazon. You can get them at Walmart. And you just put it in there. It's worth the investment. And it's just a piece of paper. What'd you say? That's okay, but the reason why you want to put it in a firebox is if you have a fire, your speaker's going to burn. Would you trust that speaker to not burn in a house fire? I wouldn't. It's not a safe. If you've ever seen what a house fire does, it will burn through everything in the house, including speakers. But if you've never seen a house fire before, just know that nothing remains. Everything gets burned. So it's a good investment to buy a firebox. You don't have to do it today because your wallet doesn't really have anything in it. But when you start to get, let's say, more than $100 in your crypto wallet, then you want to start protecting your seed phrase. All right. So with that said, that seed phrase will stay permanent with your wallet, and it's the only way to get into your wallet. So it's not like you need a cell phone number to get a two-factor authentication. If you break your phone, you can still get into your crypto wallet. You just download the app and put your seed phrase in. Okay. But it's very important you don't give that seed phrase away, or you'll get your wallet drained. And one day you'll be looking and you'll have hundreds of dollars, and the next day it'll be gone, and you'll be like, what happened? Or maybe millions of dollars. So you want to be really careful about that. All right. So with that said, MetaMask is a really good one. Now, there are also things called NFTs, which are non-fungible tokens, which aren't cryptocurrency per se, but you'll hear the phrase used a lot within the cryptocurrency world. Non-fungible tokens are like digital art, and you can store your digital art in your wallet as well. So, you can just look up what NFTs are to learn more about that. I'm not going to confuse you too much, but one thing you can see, these pillows that I have, these are NFTs. So like this pillow, the actual digital art of it has been worth like $10,000. So like, just random pictures can be worth a lot of money. All right, so you have no money or no crypto, which is fine. Everybody starts with nothing. And you don't necessarily need to buy it. There are ways that people will give it to you. And this is usually through something called an airdrop. What's an airdrop, you may ask? Okay. So let's say I'm going to start a cryptocurrency. All right, it's not worth anything. But the way that I can get it to be worth something is to have holders of it and to have people invest in it. Those are two important things for cryptocurrency. And so when I'm just starting it, I have no holders and no one's invested in it. But I can go to my friends and I can say, look, I've got this really great idea for a coin. Whatever it is. It can be anything, and you can name it just about anything. And when I say just about anything, you can name it anything. It's the ticker. You can make the ticker basically just anything you want. So let's say, what's something that you like? What's a hobby you have, Jay? You like rapping. Okay. Do you like to freestyle rap? Okay. But you just like rap in general, right? Okay. Excellent. So, do your friends like rap? Okay. Excellent. So let's say you talk with some of your friends who like rap, and you're like, you know what? I like rap a lot. Let's start a coin. We're gonna call it the rap coin. And you've got a couple other friends, and they say that's a great idea. What do we do? So you say, all right, well, we need initial investors. So what you can do is give me like $100 or $10 or $1,000, anything that you want, and you're one of my initial investors. And let's say you've got 10 friends who like rap, and they all give, let's say, $10. So now your coin, you've got 10 friends, including yourself. You each give $10, and now your coin has a market share of $100. 10 people times $10 is 100 shares. $100, I should say. Okay, so it's going to stay at $100 if no one sells, and it will stay at $100 for the indefinite future. But let's say you've got one of your friends who really needs that $10 back for whatever reason, and so they sell. So they're going to sell, and they can sell it, and then the price of the coin will go to $90 because they sold for whatever reason. Let's say you've got another 4 of your friends who run into the same issues eventually, and then that's going to bring it down to $50. Your market share will be $50, and you will have 5 holders. That's okay. Let's say you're doing pretty well, and your other 5 friends are doing well, and you guys buy their cryptocurrency. So now you'll have 5 holders with $20 each. So it gets back to $100. All right, are you following me thus far? Excellent. Excellent. So all of a sudden, let's say you start to get popular on social media, or you have some way to advertise your rap cryptocurrency, and other people say, you know what, that's a great idea for cryptocurrency. How do I invest? You say, well, you can look it up on there's something called Uniswap. You can also find it. There are a bunch of apps to do this, but basically Uniswap is a big one, and Dex Tools is another big one, and you can find it. And you just say it's the rap coin, and you buy it, and once you buy it, you can do with it what you want. It's a cryptocurrency. So you might, let's say you get interviewed on a podcast for the rap coin, and before, when you guys had like 5 holders of $20 each, let's say your friends hear about it, and then a bunch of people hear about it on a podcast, and let's say 100 people hear about it in total. All right, well, they want to buy, let's say 100 people want to buy it as well. All right, well, now it's going to go up in price because more people are going to want it, and there's only so much available. So let's say one of your friends, all 5 of your friends say, you know what, we're going to hold our initial investment of $10, but we're going to sell the $10 that we had and make that available to the general public. That's going to cause the price to perhaps go up. And then if you had like 100 people who did it, depending on at what price they bought it, it may go up from an initial market value of $100 to, let's say each of them put in, let's say we had 90 people, or let's say 95 people do it at the same price that you guys had it at $10. So that makes it, then it'll be worth about $1,000. Okay, so now you have a market value of $1,000. Then all of a sudden, one of the people who is in that cryptocurrency tells another friend who's a big, what we call in crypto and in finance, a whale. Someone who wants to buy a lot of it. So they may buy a bunch of that 100 people. They may buy the majority of the share of the crypto. It just depends, or it may stay diversified just amongst that 100 people. But basically, this is the journey of a cryptocurrency, and then what many times happens is they don't go up. What will happen is you'll have that 100 people start to sell it, and then even the 10 guys who you started with that moved to 5 guys, maybe they're going to sell it as well. And you, as the starter of the coin, the founder of the coin, will be left with the basically have nothing, and that's called getting a rug pull, or um, it can be known as that. So when you're going to hear all these phrases in the crypto world, one of them is called a rug pull, which is a situation where it can happen like this. Do you know who Hawk Tuah girl is? Oh, okay. So she studied a cryptocurrency. She had all of this influence because everybody wanted an interview with her, and she was very popular. And she studied the cryptocurrency, and it went up to be worth thousands of dollars, and then all of a sudden it crashed. All of a sudden, and why did it do that? Because there were some whales who got involved and did what's called a rug pull. Have you ever seen a cartoon or any kind of situation where somebody's standing on a carpet or a rug and then somebody pulls the rug out from them and they fall? Excellent. Well, that's a rug pull, and that's what happens in cryptocurrency. And so when you hear somebody say, oh, that cryptocurrency rug, that just means it went down to zero. And it'll stay at zero, or very close to zero. It'll be worth like 0.0000001 cent, like basically nothing. So that's what happens with rug pulls. That doesn't mean that the cryptocurrency is dead. It just means that it's not currently worth a lot. That happens all the time. And you have to be really cautious about that with especially new cryptocurrencies. So what would be like what are some situations that you really have to watch out for rug pulls? Well, when an influencer endorses a cryptocurrency and a bunch of other people do, you have to be ready for a rug pull, because a lot of people are going to get excited about this cryptocurrency, they're going to buy into it, and then all of a sudden it may not do so well. This happened with the Donald Trump coin in January of 2025. All these people got really excited because he was taking office, and the coin went up to became worth hundreds of dollars, and then he took office, or right before he took office, there was a rug pull, and there were like millions of people who bought this coin, and of that, only like 600 of them made money. Like basically, everybody got in too late. So you want to just be careful with those kinds of things. Okay, with that being said, that's kind of an initial basis of the cryptocurrency world. Now, how do you get your hands on cryptocurrency? For free. So there are these things called um, there are these things called airdrops. Thank you. And what is an airdrop? Okay, so back to our scenario where you have your 10 friends. It's okay if you have 10 people who hold your coin, but that's not that many. So what you and your 10 friends may say is, look, we're going to give this coin away, a little bit of it, to a bunch of people so that they just hold the coin. And the fact that they hold the coin means that it will have more of a population and it becomes stronger than them. It's not a good situation where only a few people hold most of the coin. You want as much diversification in the coin as possible. So a lot of times new coins will do what's called an airdrop. So what does that mean? Basically, they'll advertise free airdrop. You give them your wallet address. You can give your wallet address away. Don't give your seed phrase away. And so when somebody's got your wallet address, they will give you an airdrop, and you'll have this random cryptocurrency in your wallet. And your wallet may look like it's worth 0.000000001 cent or 10 cents or whatever, but eventually that could grow. And these airdrops, how do you find them? The best place to find airdrops or to learn about airdrops, I think, is Twitter Spaces. Do you know what Twitter Spaces is? Yeah, so Twitter can be a cesspool, but it is the central hub of cryptocurrency on the internet. Meaning, if you want to talk about crypto with people, there are people all over the world who will talk about crypto. Now, it's not Twitter It's Twitter Spaces, or it's called X Spaces, but whatever. You know what I'm talking about. I'm going to refer to X as Twitter, just for that's just how I am. Okay, so what does that mean? There is a part of Twitter or a part of X called Spaces, where you can have voice chats with people up to the size, like they have millions of people in them, but only 10 people can talk at once. So what does that mean? There are people right now on the internet who are talking about cryptocurrency on Twitter Spaces, and there are people who are starting a new coin. And a lot of times, like if you didn't have anywhere to advertise your coin, you would go on Twitter Spaces and you would host a space and you would answer questions about your cryptocurrency. So you would entitle your space "New Wrap Coin Airdrop. Feel free to learn about our new project." And you'd have random people all over the world come in and say, "All right, tell me about your project." And you would say, "All right, well, this is a really great coin. I've got some friends together. We all like rap music, and we wanted to have a cryptocurrency that was based around rap music." And you'll get a bunch of people who are like, "Oh, I like rap music too. How do I buy the coin?" And you can say, "Well, it's available on Uniswap, but we're having an airdrop for the next month. So just drop me your wallet address and I will airdrop you some of the coin." And that can happen. Either you can give away your coin, or more likely, you'll get people who will give away their coin to you that way. Now, there are other ways where people do airdrops, and I would say one of the big ones is on Telegram. Telegram's basically the most popular place for people for like the coin communities. Discord's pretty big for some coins, but I would say Telegram's a little bigger. Why is that, you may ask? I mean, I know I would. Telegram, yeah, they do, and that's pretty accurate. So you would go and you'll have people who say, "Hey, we're doing an airdrop for our cryptocurrency. Are you a member of our Telegram?" And they'll be like, and you'll be like, "No, I'm not." And they'll be like, "Okay, join our Telegram. The link is in our bio. You'll go to their cryptocurrency bio. You'll click on the link. You'll join their Telegram. Sometimes you have to do a verification or something, and they'll have information a lot of times there on how to get the airdrop. And then you get free crypto. Now, there are also ways to just buy crypto, which you can do. MetaMask, you can do it. Uniswap, you can do it. You can do it through Crypto Wallet, Crypto.com. There are just a bunch of them. And let's say you wanted to buy one of the more popular cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. Like, I'm serious about this. If you have money to invest, Bitcoin's going to be a great one. Welcome. How are you? What's up, smiley face?
Goon wants to know why you're in his chat. Kick.com/Goon.
Why not?
He wants to know why. He's Rabbi.
Am I not allowed to be in there?
He wants to know why you were spamming it.
Oh, I spam everybody.
So it's not personal with Goon.
No, not at all. I'm a big fan of his, but no, not personal at all.
Really?
Oh, 100%, dude. 100%. I'm gonna show you him on Kick right now, dude. Totally. Just one moment. Please do. I'd love to meet him. Please do. I'd love to meet him. Please do. Are you talking about Goonie Goon?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. Wonderful.
I just invited him. If he shows up, he's live on stream.
Beautiful. I'm live. You're amazing. Hey, really quickly, let me just tell you about myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I'm live on 22 different YouTube channels right now. I'm also live on Twitch. That's how our friend Jay met me. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on everything but Tip. But I'm going to make Goon a very rich man. I'm going to make you, Smiley Face, a very rich man. I'm going to make Jay a very rich man. As you can tell, my bots are very effective, and I have more data. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. I've been live streaming 24/7 for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. And what does that mean? Well, data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource in the year 2018, and I have more data archived than any person ever. So, Smiley Face, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have the ability to have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Smiley Face? Excellent. So, yeah, I want you to know, if you have the opportunity to tell Goon, it's nothing personal at all. I'm sick of war in the world, and I'm a person who's dedicated their life to peace. But also, I want to make Goon a very rich person. I really mean that. And if you're like, okay, Rabbi, what do you talk about that's so interesting? Like, what makes you so great? I talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I was just talking with Jay. We were talking about cryptocurrency. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help people get clean water. I'm also an advocate for the Lifestraw program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about some really big ideas, very big futurist ideas. I myself am a futurist. I talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like space tourism and terraforming of other planets, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, alien disclosure. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas was founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They have made headlines recently. They have introduced the direwolf. They've made it their goal also by the year 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing task, and I really love to inform people about it. They want to also reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth. These are big projects that aren't being talked about in society, and they're very exciting for me. Now, how can I help you, Smiley Face, and how can I help Goon and Jay as well? Well, I want to give you all the money that you ever need to do anything, and it's as simple as that. And but in addition to that, I want you to be able to live longer. When you were born, Smiley Face, your average life expectancy for someone like you or like Goon was probably about age 80, which is great. And if you want to just continue living a normal life to age 80, you can. But with the type of technology that I want to be able to help you with, you're going to be able to extend that life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120 through life extension technology such as human growth hormone, oxygen therapy, stem cells, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy. And you and Goon and Jay may eventually get to be 120 years old, and you're going to say, Rabbi, everything that you told me came true, but I want to know what the next plan is. And again, this is with your consent. Consent's very important to me, but if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology, the next step, which is known as mind uploading technology. Now, before you think, wow, mind uploading, that's not going to happen in my lifetime, we're already doing memory transfers with mice. So we're already doing that in the scientific world, and thus the first mind uploading may take place within the next few decades, which is certainly probably within your lifespan. So what does that mean? That's where we scan your brain with your consent into a computer like a CAT scanner and MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, smiley face. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, and what I would like to say to Goon, and I'm saying to Jay, is that you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts on that, smiley face?
Sounds very cool.
It does sound cool. So you can see why I'm so passionate to get the word out about what I do, right?
Guru just says, I don't know why he spams my chat.
I spam.
He's a fan. I told him to join. He said he will later, probably.
That's okay.
He's watching action right now.
That's totally cool. I spam everybody. And so I want everybody to know about me. Action Man knows about me. I've been live in Aiden Ross's Discord for more than a year. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord, number one streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord, number one streamer all time in Kai Sinat's Discord, number one streamer all time in Nitro Speed's Discord. Basically, I live on the internet 24/7 and have for years, for more than 3.5 years. And eventually, I think I'll be perhaps one of the most famous, if not the most famous person on earth. And I'm going to make your dreams come true. I'm going to make Goon's dreams come true. I'm going to make Jay's dreams come true. So with that, I just want you to know it's nothing personal to do. It's really to help him. And if I could, I would shut off my bot so that it wouldn't spam him anymore because I know he knows about what I do. But just if you can, just explain to him that.
Yeah, he just pulled up your photo on screen. I told him I to see. He just pulled you up on screen, so he might join. He did.
Excellent. Well, that'd be wonderful. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. If you would, smiley face, in the left part of this Discord, you're going to see something that says, it's got a red circle and it says 24/7 YouTube streams. Do you see that?
I'm just away from my computer. I'm just making something to you right now.
Oh, no worries at all.
I have you on my headset.
That's cool.
My earpod.
Absolutely, 100%. So, you know a little bit about me, smiley face. Do you want to tell me anything about you? What are your hobbies? What are your interests? What do you like to do?
Just video game and play Fortnite.
Okay, excellent. I like Fortnite as well. What's your favorite character in Fortnite? Who do you like to be?
I don't know, to be honest.
Okay.
Maybe one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Okay, which one? Is it Leonardo, Raphael, Michelangelo, Donatello? You like Donatello. Why Donatello?
I don't know why, just the color. Looks cool.
Purple? Purple?
I think, yeah, he's purple.
Absolutely. All right, very cool. The purple on green is very neat. Are there any other games that you like?
No, that's about it, to be honest.
That's all right. Do you enjoy sports?
Sometimes. Not really too. I don't watch too much.
Okay. That's all right. No big deal.
What do you enjoy, Rabbi?
Oh boy. Well, I love futurology. I love science. I'm also really big into sports. I'm in a bunch of different fantasy football leagues and fantasy basketball leagues, fantasy WNBA leagues, fantasy hockey leagues, fantasy baseball leagues. I'm in like 25 of each of those and 26 in football. Right now I'm watching Jewish history lectures. I'm a major, I'm, a lover of knowledge. So I'm always doing something to learn. I just watched the Joe Rogan Experience, the most recent one. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
Yes, I do.
Excellent.
Conspiracy guy on podcasts.
Oh, I don't know if he's a conspiracy guy, but he's certainly a free thinker. Most certainly. He's a free thinker. He had a woman on, an author, who just wrote a book linking, this was in today's episode, or the most recent one, linking serial killers and lead in the water. And there's an interesting correlation there. He always has somebody on. He has artists on. He has politicians on. He's always got something interesting going on there. Aside from that, I like to, like when I go outside and stuff, I like to golf. I like to go to the beach. I like to travel. I like to go to different areas in Southern California. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the ocean, as far east as the desert, and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in downtown Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland. Basically everywhere in Southern California. So when I can do it, I like to do IRL streaming. I very much enjoy people. I enjoy games as well. I like to play Fortnite myself. Um, I also like mini games, so I like chess, checkers, um, like 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 even just old school games like Scrabble and Connect Four and all that kind of stuff. I like board games. Um, I also love to stream. I mean, it's one of my big passions, especially because I stream my whole life. So I like to multi-stream. So I'm live on Rumble. I'm on 20 different YouTube, 22 different YouTube. I'm live on dozen different Rumbles. I'm live on D Live and Trovo and Twitch and a bunch of different streaming platforms of which you've never probably heard. Um, and then I create robots, and the robots get individuals into my Discord and allow me to talk with them and share what I do. And usually that kind of stuff is really interesting to people, and they realize, oh, this isn't a bad person. They're just trying to get out the word about a really interesting project, and I understand why they spam. And then they become an advocate and allies of mine, and hopefully Goon becomes one of those people. And I certainly have the privilege of meeting new people. That's absolutely fine. Let's see here. Is it just off the top of my head? Is it kick.com/Goon? Right. Okay, just one moment.
I'm a good buddy of his. I told him where he's here, and he said he's listening to Ashen and Ice. He might be here.
Absolutely, that's totally cool.
Talking about the Hunger Games. You should go to Austin and participate in Ice Poseidon's Hunger Games.
I would love to.
You should stream there.
I would absolutely love to. If I had the ability right now, I would. But as you can imagine, live streaming your life is a full-time job, basically. But when I go viral, I'm going to be in all of Ice Poseidon's Hunger Games and everybody else's. And I look forward to traveling the world and giving people an IRL first-person view of my life. But as of right now, I just don't have the ability. I would love to, though. But, when you're doing it 24/7, it's really important that you maintain the streams as long as you can for as much as you can. Every 12 hours, I restart my streams and basically allow people not just one view of my life like normal people, where they have one camera, but I have 22 different angles of myself of these streams, more than 22, because I'm also live in some other people's Discords as well. So you should just know that you are at the ground level of something really exciting, and it's just a great privilege for you to come in and to be able to meet you. And thank you for being so nice. Not everybody's nice to me, and I understand. Oh, absolutely. I understand. My bots are very annoying. They come in and spam like 10 different times, and it's a huge thing of text, and nobody wants to read this huge wall of text. But if you read it, it's unlike any other spam that you're going to see. No one else talks about Santa Claus machines. What's a Santa Claus machine? It's a type of, you know what a 3D printer is, smiley face? Go ahead, Jay. Oh, well, I get people who just... Take your time, smiley face. I get people who... Take your time. Take your time. I'm always here. I get people who don't like my bot, and so I totally get that, because my bot I got like 3 of them, and they are very effective. And what it will do, most people don't know how to program a robot, and so they don't really know how to do this. But what my bot does is it creates a kick account. It takes and follows a person, it makes a clip of them, and it spams them. And if you don't have a chance to come in and meet me, you'll just be like, this MFer, I hate this person, they're so annoying, I can't stand them, nobody cares about you, nobody cares about your project, and they'll get upset about me that way. But the second they come in here and they talk with me and they hear about what I do, they say, oh wow, that's the coolest thing I've ever heard. And they just get really excited about it, and they're like, then I get people who say, spam me all you want. When you're in, I will say hello to your bot, because what people do understand to some extent, but every time you get new chats in your stream, you get more money. So my spam bot actually makes people money a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit. So it's actually a good thing for them. But I understand how they find it annoying. But I do get people who don't like my bot. I also get people who just like to troll me, and so they'll just come in here and yell bad words at me, or they'll play really loud sounds. And I give people as much freedom to say what they want in here as possible. But if you're going to be rude or something like that, I don't want to hear that. So there are people who will do that. And those are really the big reasons. Just people who want to troll, and then people who don't like my bot. The second people find out about what I'm doing, and I'm heartfelt and I'm passionate about what I do, and I'm learned and I care about people, they become huge advocates. That's why I have 1,800 people in this Discord, or more than that, because they see that I'm a genuine person. And also, nobody else on the internet is going to tell you, I don't want your money. I want to give you money in the future when I go viral. And I really mean that. All of the interactions that I've had over the course of the last 3.5 years are recorded. So everybody who I've told, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family rich, that's recorded. We'll be able to go back and say, on this date, Rabbi met Jay, and Rabbi said that they were going to make Jay's friends and family rich. And now that Rabbi is not just a millionaire, not just a billionaire, but a trillionaire, they're just giving away their money. And so here is $10 million to Jay, $10 million to Jay's family, and $10 million to Jay's friends. And all Rabbi wants you to do with it is to pay off all your debt, to buy your house, to make sure that your kids have college education, and then want you to start a charity with the rest. And what would I want you to do to start a charity? Whatever you want, just something to better the world. I get people who come in here who say that their pets are really important to them and they want to start animal charities. I get people who come in here who say they want to help people with world hunger. I get people who come in here who say they want to help people with disabilities. Whatever it is, that's cool. And we're going to basically what Mr. Beast does, but just in a bigger way. And the reason why I'm going to be bigger than Mr. Beast is because I have more data than he does. Mr. Beast doesn't have 1% of the amount of data that I have archived on the internet. And that's a really big thing. There are people who live stream their lives, but they don't archive the footage, number one, and number two, they're not doing it from 22 different streams. In addition to everything that I do, I keep the news going 24/7 in the background, so this becomes like a time capsule of human history. You can go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Every single major news story that has happened in the last 3.5 years, basically since the pandemic, has been archived on this. So you can literally go to any minute of any day and find out what is going on in the world through my stream. And I just think that's fascinating. But in answer to your question, Jay, people are just sometimes not understanding about what I'm doing, or they just like control, and that's how they don't like me. Does that answer your question? Excellent. So back to our cryptocurrency discussion, as we were talking. All right, so we're talking about Twitter Spaces, which is, I'm in the Twitter space right now. I've been hosting these Twitter Spaces for years, but the one that I'm in currently, I've been doing video Twitter Spaces, which is kind of a newer feature that they have, and I've been live in this one since February 14th. So why Twitter Spaces? Basically, it gives people a way to advertise and talk about their coin. When I say a coin, I just mean a cryptocurrency. And to be able to discuss it, discuss other people's. Now, let's say you were starting a new coin and you didn't have anybody to back it, you didn't have any friends or whatever. How would you get people to find out about it? Well, you would do that through your own social media. But if you're like, well, I only have a limited social media, I don't really know that many people, that's absolutely fine. You would go on Twitter Spaces, and then they have things called Shill Spaces, SHILL Spaces. And what those are allows anybody to promote any kind of project that they have. So you'll get people in there who have art projects or um, art NFTs. You'll get people in there who have social media projects. You'll get people in there who have like social improvement or social justice programs. You'll get people in there who have cryptocurrency, and you can talk about whatever you want. Usually, you get like a minute or so, and that's people will ask you, "Oh, how do I buy this coin?" And then you'll tell them how to do it. But that's basically how cryptocurrency works. Now, there are some limitations with it. You can't just go to your local, like to Amazon, and you can't go on Amazon and use your cryptocurrency yet, but you will probably pretty soon. And once that happens, then you're going to start to be able to use it to buy gas, and you're going to be able to start to use it to be able to perhaps use it at the mall and even buy a car and those kind of things. It's just a matter of, and so what the cryptocurrencies, what they're awaiting is something called just mainstreaming, or basically when crypto becomes a household term and a household tool to be able to purchase things. And once that happens, a lot of people are going to move away from what we call traditional currency, which is known as fiat currency, and they're going to move towards digital currency, which is cryptocurrency. Does that make sense, Jay? Excellent. What other questions do you have? Excellent. So if I were you, you know, you may be working a job, you may not. If you did have any ability to buy cryptocurrency, what cryptocurrency would you buy? All right. So there's Bitcoin, which is the OG cryptocurrency. It's the strongest one. It's the least volatile one. Now you may say least volatile. It maybe like like a year ago. Well, a year and 3 months, it was worth $69,000, and now it's worth $120,000. I mean, that's a huge gain. But then also, it went back down to 70,000 like 6-7 months ago. So I don't really know if that's that consistent or conservative. That's absolutely fine. But for the crypto world, it's very secure in comparison to these shit coins that we talk about. Now, the shit coins are going to get you a lot of money if you invest in the right one. So with someone like you, you would have to say to yourself, let's say we had $100 to play with. Well, how would you invest? How would I recommend? I would say you would want to buy maybe $50 in Bitcoin, $20 in Ethereum, $20 in Solana, and then $10 you could just do with that what you wanted in shitcoins. So what kind of shitcoins would you buy? Ones that are of interest to you. So you like rap, cool. Maybe you like cryptocurrency education. People put out those kinds of coins. You could invest in that. Maybe you like. Do you like any sports, Jay? That's okay. What's something else you like aside from rap? You like what? Okay, excellent. Um, so there are just hardworking coins, just people who are into what we call in the communities grinders, people who just like to grind. So you might find a grind coin that you like that has a nice history, and you might find some rap coins that you like or something like that. Now, when I talk about rap coins, there are rappers who put out their own coins. I know I know Soulja Boy has put them out. A bunch of people have put him out. Soulja Boy, though, you have the opportunity to talk with him about his coin on Twitter Spaces, but there are a lot of influencers who put out coins. So let's say there were some influencers who you liked, who you wanted to buy those coins with the $10 that I said you could just buy whatever you want. I would recommend that. Now, what's going to happen with that money if I had to make predictions? Over the course of the next 5 years, your $50 investment in Bitcoin will become $500. Your $20 investment in Ethereum will become perhaps like $200, and your $20 investment in Solana will become $200. So your initial investment of $90 in those will equate to $900. Now, what about your shitcoin? That money you're basically throwing out the window. However, if one of those hits, it could be worth $10 million to you. And what do I mean by that? If for one reason or another you got in early, and that's what it's about with the cryptocurrency, is getting in early if you want to make a lot of money. If you're able to do that and become one of the early investors, you can make a lot of money. Because you can basically make a lot on your mind. So in the cryptocurrency world, we talk about Xing, which is multiplying of your money. So you can buy Bitcoin right now, and in 5 years, it might 10x, which it probably will, which is great. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a great return. That's a much better return than you're going to get on the stock market, and even better than what you're going to get from the bank just keeping your money in a bank account. However, 10x isn't nearly what you're going to get with a shitcoin if you get in early and it becomes successful. You can get a 25x, you can get a 250x, you can get a 1000x, and so it just depends on what you want to invest in, how risky you want to be. I know a girl. She kind of like you, didn't know anything about cryptocurrency, and she would come to me for cryptocurrency advice, and I would tell her what I told you. And she got into cryptocurrency. It's called SPX, and I believe she put like $60 in it. And last I checked, it was worth tens of thousands of dollars to her. She's just like a cashier at like a grocery store, but all of a sudden she's got like a nice little nest egg that she got for $60 because it like 60x for her or whatever. And you've got to say, okay, I could take the risk like that person did. Chances are it's not going to do well. But if it hits, then it might be worth all of the other investments that you made combined. Really what this is, at the end of the day, just like any investment, is gambling. It really is just gambling. And the reason why cryptocurrency is a lot different, or not a lot different, but why it's somewhat different is the laws have not caught up with it yet to regulate it very well. So if you wanted, like, you can just start your own cryptocurrency. You cannot just go and start your own bank. It's much more difficult to do that. Or if you wanted to start your own business and go public and have an initial public offering, there's a lot of money involved in that. There's a lot of time involved in that. It's difficult to do. But with a cryptocurrency, you can just do whatever you want. And so long as you don't violate the few rules that are in place, there's a very good chance that you can do well. Now, one thing that all of these investors say is, this is not financial advice. I'm not telling you what to do. You buy all of the things that you want to buy. But basically, that's cryptocurrency in a nutshell. I'm trying to think. Let's talk about NFTs since we have a little bit of time. So again, an NFT is a non-fungible token. What does that mean? Well, non-fungible is just big words. They're just financial terms for meaning not worth money or not to be bought and sold. Except these things are bought and sold, so they really are fungible tokens, but they're called non-fungible tokens. Okay, so what do these things do? Well, like this one that I have next to me. It's like, can you see my screen right now? It's like this red blue guy. Okay, so it looks like kind of like Sonic the Hedgehog. Basically, there was a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. Has a very long name. So every cryptocurrency needs something different to diversify it. So like there are cryptocurrencies that are like the Donald Trump one or the Hawk 201. The one that sponsors me has a very long name, and that's kind of its claim to fame. Its name is Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, 10, Enid. Now, if you're like, that's the dumbest name I've ever heard in my entire life, everybody thinks that. But it has such a long name that people remember it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So it has a very long name, and when it started, it was very small, and it's gotten to be worth about at one time like $360 million. It's like at $100 million now, but in the past like I don't know 6 months or so, it's been up like $50 million. So it fluctuates. Now, one of the things, a project that got associated with it were called the Sprotos. And these Sprotos were pieces of art, digital art, like this little red guy, or this red pillow I have with the blue guy on it. And there were like 10,000 of these pictures that are all unique, and you could buy them. So we talked about creating your own cryptocurrency. Let's quickly let's quickly review if you were going to start an NFT. All right. So you've got your core friends who are into rap. Okay. Now, those guys bought your cryptocurrency. You say to those guys, are you an artist, by the way, Jay, or do you know any artists? Okay, like drawing or painting or music or what? Okay. So NFT doesn't have to be digital. It doesn't have to be like a picture. It can be music as well. It's a little more complicated that way, but not really. You're fine, big dog. I go through that all the time. All right. So you say to your friends, hey guys, we launched this cryptocurrency and it's doing really well. I want to launch an NFT. And your friends say, oh, Jay, that's a great idea because you're a great artist. So what do? You say, I'm going to put out a song. And do you have a song right now? What's the name of the song you have? That's okay. Let's say we call the song Jay's Fire Song. Whatever. It's an amazing song. Okay. So you say to your friends, hey guys, I'm going to put out this song. It's called Jay's Fire Song. And we're going to put it out as an NFT. And your friends say, that sounds like a great idea. How does that work? Okay. So what you do is you say, if you want to download my song, normally you would do that on Spotify or on a CD, or you'd just be sent it or whatever. But instead of doing that, everybody just pays $10 to buy the song and be able to store that. And what does that mean for you? That means you're going to get your 10 friends who all give you $10 to buy the song. Now, let's say people really like your song and it starts to spread. You're going to get people who say, Jay, I really like you as an artist. How do I invest in you? And you'll say, well, you can buy my NFT, which is a song. And they're going to say, okay. And they're going to say, okay, well, what do I do with that? And you just say, you just pay $10 and you'll be able to download it. And then people say, okay, great. Now, what makes this different than just putting it on iTunes or Apple Music or Spotify or anything like that is they have a unique NFT to this that basically shows that they were an early investor. So what does that mean for them? It means that that's worth something, because when you blow up as an artist, people are going to say, Did you know that Jay has an NFT for Jay's Fire song? And I was an early NFT holder of that. And people are going to be like, no way. And that's going to be worth a lot of money. So their initial investment of $10 might 10 years from now be worth $1,000, depending on how big of an artist you become and all of those things. And that's basically the idea of an NFT. Now, that would be a music NFT, which are very common. They have video NFTs, but the most common kind are image NFTs or digital art NFTs. So just like this picture here, this is one of them. On the flip side, we have one on the back. That's another one. I've got other ones here. This is one. This is one. These are all unique. And so a lot of times what you'll see is people with these profile pictures, a lot of times. And it'll be like some weird picture. You might ask someone, hey, what is that picture you have? And they'll say, oh, this is an NFT. It's part of the XYZ collection or the ABC collection or whatever. And there are only 10,000 of these available, or there are only 10 of these available, or there are a million of these available, and they're all unique, or they're all the same, or some are unique and some are the same. Just however the person wants to put it out. But the most common way this happens, or at least the way I've seen it happen, it goes like this. You have someone who's a graphic designer who has no money. They get paired up with somebody who is an investor, and the investor says, look, I need you to make 1,000 unique pictures, and I'll pay you whatever amount, and in exchange, you're going to give me those pictures, and I'm going to make those into NFTs, and then we're going to allow people to buy them if they like them. Now, why would someone want to buy a picture as opposed to just downloading the clip art? Well, the reason why is because just like someone has a painting in their house that they own that might be worth a lot someday, or maybe was worth a lot, or whatever, they just are drawn to it. People do the same with digital art. So someone like you may be able to get what are called NFT airdrops, and you get people who start projects who have NFTs, and they're just give these things away, and you'll just collect them. And if you wait a little while, those NFTs can be worth millions of dollars someday. I think the most expensive NFT sold at auction has been like $200 billion. I mean, they can become a lot, big money. Now, a lot of people would say, well, why would anybody want to spend that much on just a piece of digital art? A lot of it has to do with money laundering, but a lot of it just has to do with people like art. People want it in their collection. I know I've seen some NFTs that are just like what's called pixel art, that is just like, they're just like unique pixels, but they're not really that fancy. And they're worth some of the most expensive, they're some of the most expensive ones that there are. I mean, they're worth millions of dollars, some of them. There are millions of projects that have already launched. What happens a lot of times with NFTs is they are really, people get really excited about them, really excited about the launch. They buy them, and then all of a sudden, they, for whatever reason, don't like them anymore, and they sell them. It's just kind of what happens. And then they run, just like a cryptocurrency. But basically, with NFTs, you have the opportunity to be a major, I would say a major player at 19 years old and in 2025 to just get involved with the NFT world as well. Now, how do you make money on NFTs? So people will just give you NFTs just because they like you, or they like your opinion, or they just want holders. And you hold on to those things, but eventually you may see that it's worth a lot of money and you have no ties to that person anymore, and you just want to sell it. And so when somebody originally gave it to you and it was worth nothing, well, 5 years down the line, it's now worth $500 and you just sell it. Like this one that I have right next to me, $10,000. It's just like it's a picture of an ugly blue guy, but there are people out there who know they want to be associated with that, and they buy them. I know on Twitter Spaces, it's a big deal. Cryptocurrency is talked about all the time. NFTs are talked about all the time. And there's a major movement for communities. So let's say you've got your album is gonna be, or your song is Jay's Fire Song, and the album cover is just a picture that you drew by hand. And you might get a bunch of people who are like, "Oh, I love holding Jay's Fire album. It's really great." And then you start posting Twitter Spaces. You may get people who make their profile picture your NFT, your album cover, basically. And then when you go into this Twitter Space, it's just everybody's got your your album as their profile picture, and it shows strength in the community that way. And that's a big way that people advertise their projects and show that they're part of a community. And these are just things that people do. That's the NFT world. The NFT world, both cryptocurrency and NFT, we're still in the very early stages of this. This is not a 10-year project. This is not a 100-year project. This is a 1,000-year project or beyond. And when I talk about, mind uploading and all of this, I mean it. Like, you may be using this hundreds of years from now. So you have to recognize that, like, we're very early in the state of both cryptocurrency um, and um, cryptocurrency and NFTs. Now, this world that we're talking about, both cryptocurrency and NFTs, are commonly called Web3. Have you ever heard of Web3? That's okay. So Web 1 was considered like forums and like even like chat rooms. Web 2 was social media and like Instagram and TikTok and that kind of stuff. That's all Web 2, Reddit, Discord. And then there's Web 3. And Web 3 is cryptocurrency and NFTs. It's like the next wave of development of the internet. And so when you hear people say, for how long have you been involved in Web 3? You're like, I don't know what Web 3 is. Well, how long have you been in cryptocurrency and NFTs? Is really what they're asking. And you should know that you may not consider it this. I know a lot of people don't, but you're in the top 1% of the world right now. And if you're like, well, how am I in the top 1%? I'm not a millionaire. I'm certainly not a billionaire. How am I in the top 1%? So we've got 8 billion people in the world. Of those 8 billion people, 4 billion of them don't have access to electricity or cell phones or the internet or any of that stuff. So all those people are in like rural Africa and rural India and rural China. So right there, you're on the internet right now. You've got a cell phone and you've got social media, so you're already doing better than 50% of the world. All right, then from there, we've got 4 billion people we're working with. Of those, 2 billion of them generally do not have electricity that works all the time. They have sporadic outages, all kinds of issues, whatever. So you're already doing better than 6 billion people on Earth. Then of that, you've got another 2 billion people, not all of whom have computers. So only about 1 billion of those people really, maybe a little more, have access to computers. And they may not even own those computers. They may have to go to a web cafe, or they may have to borrow from a friend, or whatever it may be. Okay. So you're doing better than 7 billion people on Earth right now. All right. Then what you have is social media. There are only like 1 billion people on social media regularly, and you're on social media. And I don't know what's in your bank account. I imagine it's really basically nothing, but you don't have any debt being so young, and it's zero. Okay, that's fine. But the fact that you have zero means you're doing better than most people. And what do I mean by that? Most people in the United States are in debt. Most people in the Western world are in debt. You're not in debt. Debt is slavery. And if I can ever give you any advice, Jay, the first thing would be to never go in debt. That's a big thing, because when you go in debt, you become a slave. Now, I know you're going to get tempted to buy a car, and I know you're going to be tempted to buy a house, and I know you're going to be tempted to buy all these things, but the best way to buy them is just straight cash. And if you live within your means, you'll you'll perhaps be able to afford these things when you save up for them. The big thing is, I would not spend a dime on the university and going into student loan debt. That debt is not forgivable like much of the other debt is. And you can learn everything that you learn at university on the internet nowadays. So I know people who are six figures in debt and they've got college degrees and they're not any smarter than the people who are just working a technical job and who never went to any school. Those people are in exactly the same places, except one of them is debt free and the other one is enslaved. So when I say that you're in the top 1%, we're already said you're better doing better than 7 billion people on Earth. Then from there, you don't have any debt. Well, that makes you in the top like 100 million people on Earth, and from there, you're basically competing with people who aren't working like aren't making a lot of money, but like even you said you had a job. If you make $32,000 a year, which I'm sure you don't yet, maybe you do, but if you worked all the hours you could, but that's achievable for someone like you. $32,000 a year is the top 1% of the world right now. So when I say to you that you're a one percenter, and you may be like, well, I'm not quite there yet. Okay, well you're in the top 2 or 3%, but that's doing a lot better than you once thought. Like you probably thought like, well, I'm maybe like in the top 70% of the world. No. You're way at the top. You're in a Western society. You have reliable internet. You've got electronics. All of that adds up. So basically, I'm telling you that you're going to be part of the 1%. And the way that you do it at this point is to invest wisely. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, if I invest in Bitcoin, I it's not going to have that much of a return. That's fine, but you also have to recognize that there's a you're not going to lose anything. It's only basically going to go up from here. And your money, what we call fiat currency, the currency that you just get from a job, that has something called inflation, and inflation makes it less powerful every single year. So basically, when the United States dollar, the Federal Reserve note, it started in December 22nd, 1913. $1 in 1913 is worth $100 today, meaning we've had 99.99999% inflation since then, and it keeps getting worth less and less and less. So basically, what your $100 bill is today, which is a lot of money to like an average person, was worth $1 in 1913. That's why I'm sure you ever seen a movie where they're buying a new car for like $2,000 and they're buying a new house for $40,000. Haven't you ever seen something like that? Exactly. And so that's inflation. So the way that you protect yourself against that is through investments. And so Bitcoin's a great way to protect yourself from inflation. And you had the courage to ask about cryptocurrency. I hope you learned something. If you ever have any other questions, not just about cryptocurrency, but about anything else, feel free to ask. And I'm not saying I have all the answers, but what I will say is we'll find out the answers. And when I don't know the answers or I need more, I need to check my facts or just do a little research, we're going to do it in real time. We'll look it up in AI and we'll get the answer exactly the way that we need. Does that sound like a plan? You take care, Jay. Jay, more than anything, aside from making you rich and all those other things, I want you to know I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world. And really, I just want to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here for you, okay? Take care, my friend. You're welcome. Bye.
So that was step one. That's going to be good. Have you done comedy before? Chicken Andy ever rotation.
Oh my gosh, my face. Good. It's really impressive.
One of the things that really kind of surprises me is when this story came out. By the way, they wrote servants to their ones in 1970. When he first started talking about it,
Bill, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the fossil record. If you could fascinated by giant skeletons and things like that. So, two things really stand out for me. One is elongated skulls. Now, I'm not talking about the ones that they do in traditions where they're biting the head. I'm talking about ones that don't have that little sagittal suture, which we all know as Homo sapiens we should have. Skulls formed as a baby. So, I wanted to ask you about giants. And then elongated skulls with no apparent design. So it says here for the skulls. I mean, they are unquestionably human populations around the world past several thousand years that have had skulls. But I'm not talking about huge grey ones. Talking about still skulls you can see in the cultures are the ones that want to essentially using the boards to actually increase the strangeness of the cell. I mean, this seems to be happening in Mexico amongst the Maya, for instance. There's like the priests, the shadow priests, wanting to elongate their skulls in memory of their founder, whose name was Gonzalo. And said that he was so clearly he had a head that was different to, let's say, others. I would say that therefore he had an elongated head. So in other words, these people believed to be mendicants or mentors, because that's why they read this. This is elite priesthood. So they probably had to like heads anyway, but for some reason they wanted to essentially to create it almost to try and emphasize their own path. I think this is something that's gone on all over the world. The Near East, which is where I do a lot of my work, is that there are Neolithic sites there where, again with long heads, deliberately elongated the legal further. But this is amongst the culture that is the Halif culture, so probably about 6000 BC, and slightly later to the Lloyd culture, probably around 4500 BC, so related anyway. But, so in other words, there is this necessity, this need to elongate our legs, and they were always the people that were doing it before they get to the first place. The whole idea about the social stuff, there are so many times I've talked about this, or Australians, I've talked about it in books, I've had conversations with well-known figures in this business, and a lot of that, to be honest, this idea of these silhouettes being missing, that can be somewhere where they're stitched together, they can actually disappear, and this is not something that's absolutely unique. So, you have to be a little bit careful with a lot of what you read about these elongated heads, not really everything places. The other thing is giants, is that there were giants in this world in the past. We know that thousands of skeletons have been found at Native American mound sites, cemeteries, across the continent, and many of these are seen at a half feet, like this, half feet longer. And the statistical analysis of these skeletons shows that they can't possibly from some kind of genetic mutation like gigantism, which obviously does allow people to be extremely tall, and obviously creates the greatest most players that we have. This is not the same thing. You're dealing with a human population that was clearly large in size, possibly the size of large American football players. Again, under about 70 of my feet tall. Well, all the evidence that we have is that they are the descendants of the human cousins of ours, not the Neanderthals, not the So little we have of their we know our origin, and it comes from an earlier type of human population than as much. When Genesis is that the guys were incredibly large in size, and they would have been as much as 7.5 feet tall. That's all of the indications I can read about this in books like Dynasty Origins and Sickness and so it's how there were these giants, they had incredible abilities, they were incredibly developed, but their skulls were the largest in the world. Yes, they were exactly in the 1930s. The skull was found and hid in the world because it was being occupied entirely by the Japanese. It was only retrieved in recent times. It's the Chinese scientists who have discovered it. Not only say that it's the largest skull ever being studied on site, which it is, I probably studied. But they say it's a unique species, and they've called it Homo erectus, dragon skull. Western paleoanthropologists looking at this have said this is the skull. It matches everyone know and expect the skull to be. So this got an incredibly long thing. Some of the things I've never with incredibly long bones at the back of their heads. It's real. I mean, it's not only there with the instruments from the back skull, but also with the Neanderthals and the extremely long skulls. And some of their skulls were discovered, particularly for instance in Iraq, with Shelley when they were first found, it was a shoe. That the Neanderthals divided their heads and elongated them because they were so long. But it was eventually realised that they are natural. So this confusion between artificially binding heads and natural heads is something that's been there for almost 100 years. So we have to be a little bit careful. The general consensus of why these people bind their heads is to replicate the ancestors who had elongated heads themselves. Now, that's our human ancestors. And obviously, some people want to see that in terms of, replicating alien heads or aliens heads. It's a fascinating subject because we're always case questions of what not belong to one person. And the thing is, those other species were way shorter back in the past. Was like 4'6" was the common height back in the day. So a 7'9" tall person. It wasn't been super impressive. When it comes down to genetics, and I don't know this as much as I should like, but we're a very easy species, let's just put it this way, and maybe that all was animals. So how much of that you think remains in our genes that through breeding, through history, as these people disappear, but they still, basically, all the hits are something completely disappear. Yeah, I mean, thank you for this because they exploit these tools in Germany extracted the first time of the genome of the Neanderthals who were this cousin of others that existed also about 250,000 years ago down to about 40,000 years ago. But the same year they also extracted the secrets of the genome of the genome. And the incredible thing about this is that once we started looking at their genome, looking at genes within that genome, we found something that we've got. So it's quite clear that we're integrating between us and Neanderthals and the descendants was rubbed on us, rubbed off on us, giving us certain genes that allow us to do certain things that whether it be immune to certain diseases, whether it be existing in incredibly high environments where the and for Wednesday, it'll be Wednesday. If all of this comes from this deliverance, what kind of minds did they have? Were they the first person to develop this themselves? The art, technology, accounting, the use of colours, in some moves, being able to calculate things like eclipses, stuff like this. So, this is what's been passed on from these distant human ancestors. We call cousins, really. And I think this is quite important. I think a lot of my colleagues look at, we're going to have technology, organisations, for instance. I don't think you need to say that. We're beginning to understand these distant cousins were possibly more advanced than ourselves. The Neanderthals, they often talk about this cave in South Africa, where you've got these burials of these people called Homo naledi. I think that's the term of these type of distant cousins humans that have been found there. We only really beginning to understand it for the first time as well. So, I don't think Atlantis was a concept that Plato gave us. This island continent somewhere out in Atlantic, a couple of colleagues going back to Atlantis, that captures and shows that he was almost certainly talking about the area of the Caribbean, and that this was knowledge that's reaching back into the Mediterranean world through ancient actors, probably Phoenicians and Carthaginians. Bringing these stories, bringing these existence of these islands in the Mediterranean into the Atlantic, but also that they were carrying on many that there were civic cities. They have obviously, the Gulf Coast, the islands, whatever it would be there, actually wild. And they're bringing these stories. They're also talking about these cataclysms that destroyed Atlantis around 9,536. What we now know was the tail end of an incredibly violent period of human history called the Open Trials, which was probably triggered by a cosmic event, probably by comet fragment breaking up the sky journey around 10,000 BC. This is the Earth for a period of around 1,200 years with wildfires, ice ages, floods, tsunamis, all sorts of other terrible things going on, and a great population, a human population. This is where a lot about knowledge is lost of what's gone on before. But with this does not necessarily come information to do with this shiny gold thing of Atlantis. That's still something that's on our hearts and our dreams of archaeology at this time. Before we ask you about your new work, because we're going to chat about ancient Neolithic sites or ancient buildings, and some say it's unity pyramids, that type of pyramids. My favorite is actually Almaz and the Forgotten Stone. So this is a stone that's sort of half worn and never been broken away from the earth. There's 1,600 feet in one stone, and in the actual temple format, there's three of these things, and 10 feet off the ground. So, if you're going for simple, it's not the way to do it. But I want to get your why would they use such a massive stone? Well, can humans do this? Is there anything to say that it could have been existence elsewhere? What are your thoughts on this? It's really difficult to make a big scale back. I've seen the stones go about, I've seen the other stones in Warriors around 1,200 tons. I've seen the triple lines, very huge blocks, wealthy around the little walls. And, I've been there with my colleague, doing it. We marvel at the opportunity you have to start looking at parts of that temple complex to see if you can work out how it was built and in what order. And the conclusion that we found the ground corridor and is that there was something much bigger on that front. How early have we seen it? Hotel. But I So that's like Rabbi Rothschild, and it involved actually these incredibly large blocks. But why they did this is completely there's nice blocks a couple of times to five blocks would not be sufficient to do actually one great pyramid required. So there's no need to do this. So I think it's not a mindset in people what's going on there, and the way I would compare it is here's the signs in Bolivia the city of Tiwanaku, where you've got these complex blocks that are so multifaceted. It's not just for aesthetic reasons, but really in areas which you wouldn't even see once it was in place. So why do that? And to me, it does suggest that mindset is almost artistic in nature. In other words, like that is going to absolute obsession. And to me, the most likely people be doing this are descendants of this. And they would judge themselves as they did have autistic genes. They were somehow in their own way. I think it's their descendants. This is the hallmark of the descendants of those giants that is used exactly this way. I think it was in your book or in your knowledge you said it was written anyway that it's almost impossible to understand the mindset of the megalith. And we try to imagine we really can. Our genetics were different, and everything was possibly not. The lack of understanding of something, maybe a greater understanding of others. We try to put that cap on today to make sense of it. It's futile. It's almost impossible to think the way they think. Well, absolutely. I mean, most of our ideas let's say, what megalithic culture, encouraging living, or the ancient Egyptians. We do it through academia, what they tell us was going on in the past, the problem with that is that they always see it with their own minds. So in other words, the 20th stroke, 21st century mindset, we've got to get rid of this. We've got to see it as a mindset of indigenous peoples, because only by doing that will you be able to get a perspective of what they are trying to achieve, or what they were trying to achieve in the past. If you leave it in the hands of one being in God, tread on the university, it's not really going to give us the full understanding. And you've got to get yourself in the minds of those people in the past. But it wouldn't be, it would not be not going to church on a Sunday and this humanity making sure anything they're doing. It's so good. It's so fancy. So otherworldly. You think about it, to be honest. They were achieving something. They were achieving a oneness with intelligences that we are now beginning to understand, whether they are dimensional, whether they are extraterrestrial, or something else altogether. We are beginning to understand what intelligences exist out there, and that our ancestors were very much in communication with. I'm not just talking about individual entities here, I'm talking about the possibility that the narrow galaxy could be an intelligent being at the centre of it, which is a supermassive black hole. Sagittarius there's no theories to do with the concept of psychism that suggests that that itself can be an intelligent being that is created out of its creation in the galaxy, and that every galaxy has its own intelligence. So we got to get to grips with that as well. Some kind of cosmic entity which the actions of the one of them eventually we come to call God. So, we have to grasp all of those ideas and not throw anything out at this time. Consciousness created things, and those consciousness created the creation. amazing abilities. It's fascinating. It's almost in those patterns. It's almost like, oh, here's a tip, and here's a report, and here's this, you do that. It's fascinating. We've had this many species living amongst us from the humorous branch, but that we're sort of like the victors, as far as we know, the victors of the survival of the fittest. So it's crazy that you want to be able to watch. Quickly, let's talk about the smoke there. I think you had some on that. Yeah, the first female pharaoh, and it's about so back. Okay, that will do. Tell us about the first female pharaoh. People usually think of Cleopatra when you think of female pharaohs. So tell us about this character. Yeah, you're right. I think that should take today, I'm trying. But the first female pharaoh was very extraordinary woman by the name of Sobek Nefer, which means beauties of Sobek. Sobek was a hostile god, very ancient star god, going back very way in the dynastic history. And very little about it because her life was the reason is that she reigned just before dark age Egyptian history of his segment period. She eventually became quite, but in fact she was decided to die because she set on a new dynasty during Michael that basically was quite nationalistic in nature at a time when the borders of Egypt had been open to peoples coming in from Canaan, coming in from Sinai, that were getting stronger and stronger in the country to the point that they were going to take it over. And she managed to set up this dynasty, which is the next dynasty, our next dynasty, and ancient world as well. And, it kept alive the flame of the Egyptian nationalism to the degree that eventually the Egyptians rose up against these invading peoples, not as the Hyksos, and drove them back out into Canaan, modern day Israel, Palestine, Syria. But if they had not happened without her running, Egypt would fall into no question, and it was just to become another city-state of Canaan. And yet, unfortunately, due to the fact that there was so much chaos and darkness during this period, she eventually died with a name was obliterated from certain kingdoms, the place that she created as well, palace and settlement in the Fayum region, which is like the southwest of Tehran. Was basically not mentioned in the list of living histories of Egypt anymore. With the dark god. But the thing is even though we don't know, and the reason I say that is that in the 19th century, Egyptologists started finding inscriptions with her name, and they didn't know anything about it because there was nothing about this in books or been handed down in history to do with ancient Egypt. So there was a lot of speculation about what this woman was, and how it was. So, what she created in Egypt, kind of star codes, what did she do for Egypt? And these ideas were eventually picked up on by a very famous Irish writer who thought that she would be the main character in an Egyptian novel that he was about to write. And that guy was Bram Stoker, because we know him as the writer of Dracula, which had only come out a few years earlier. So he wrote this book called The Jury of the Seven Stars, in which Sobek Nefer was the main antagonist, the Egyptian, British archaeologist goes to Egypt to find some tombs, brings back this confidence and coffin of the mummy to the ring, and feels compelled to bring her back to life. And the weird thing was is that when they got to it now, the publishers called Bram Stoker back in and said, look, this is our dark for future editions, give everybody a happy ending to this, by But what's so interesting is that his story, the seven stars, becomes the role model of every Egyptian queen that comes back from the dead. And it felt from that point onwards, right to be the money, which started Top Horizon came out in 2017. But the best of all of the best of several was The Awakening that came out in 1980, which does the female pharaoh from the dead is. So it's weird that we know her father, but not her name. She is that. And she's also become very to occultists who see her as like the avatar kind of sparkle divine during her age, and it's permeated through this modern day. And it's something even see her as the foundation of like this line of kings, the dragon line, or the dragon kings, that sort of permeates through to various royal families today. And also that's correct. It's interesting how all of this has developed over the last 150 years, so that our vision of her is quite different to that of Cleopatra, Hamza or Nefertiti. So it's a fascinating story. The first female pharaoh, the first ever book that's written about pharaoh. So yeah, check it out. Obviously it's available from Amazon or any other online bookstore. Come onto our website, headquarters.com, and if they are available. It's amazing that cancel culture goes back that far. You know what I mean? The original person. Well, that's not actually thinking about it that way. Yeah, I'm going to be quite clearly there is a lesson what happened to Egypt around 1800 BC. To what some people might see as the political climate today, but that's something we probably don't want to get onto as we don't want to get cancelled. So, we're next year we're going to check some of the same things that you said, and Andrew, we can check you all day. It's been a lot of fun. We keep you just to the hour that we promised we would. We don't want to overextend our welcome, but we would love to chat with you again one day. This whole ancient culture, you are so well versed in this. I chatted with a few British colleagues, and you also know they all have nothing but the highest marks of words for you to see your research is top shelf, always accurate. You're just a machine when it comes to compiling, writing books, and doing this. And there's a lot of people in that realm where you have a special flavor. You know, I've been bugging you for 6 months to come on the show for a reason. So you have our highest level of regard and respect, and we'd love to have you again one day soon. Give you some excellent. Well, awesome. Anything else, Jay, before we yeah, I was gonna mention to people, obviously, subscribe button on this side here. You subscribe, absolutely. And you know what? I'd like to hear listeners' thoughts on this. People from all over the world listening to this, and just like what's common, and we'd love to hear that. Of course, if you have any questions for Andrew as well, knowing that your best answer to everything that comes through as we as a that's something tangible. You know, and also, it's just awesome but Andrew, this was awesome. I learned a lot from you today, and I hope to have a lot more going forward. And we talk about this all the time. It's important to learn from different fields of study, and it's a complex issue. This whole phenomenon is super complex and involves every facet of our lives, and it's implemented in every facet of our lives. This is why it's so important for people out there to plan out how deeply rooted this issue is for all of us, and it's crazy. But thank you so much for your work. I don't think people get praised enough for what they do and what they contribute. And every field of study is important. And this, I absolutely appreciate it. I appreciate it. And yeah, please like and subscribe. If you have any questions for us, going forward. Also, not much of what we're releasing this. We're looking actually to do YouTube sessions that we're promoting about 3 days in advance. It's really random. So we can get push notifications. Check out our Facebook page. Follow us. That's where we're making mention that you mentioned that show. It's cool to have Andrew on the live show. I don't know how you're showing our lives because right now it's like 10 o'clock in Canada and it's 6 p.m. in the UK. logistics become difficult. But I've eventually they had check out our Facebook, YouTube, Spotify, Apple, on the INX network, and so long to see your friends. And thanks again, Andrew. Appreciate the best. Thank you for everything. Everybody, hope you're having a great day today. Jason, it's time to talk Area 51. It's time to talk spy planes and technology, crazy U.S. tech, first engineered craft, and our friend Bob Lazar. We're talking to a man who's pretty much an expert in all those categories, including a close personal friend of Bob for 35 years. He can tell you things about Bob that if you're not a Bob believer, you just might change your mind. Again, we're not biased. We believe Bob Lazar has a true story. Aviation historian knows we're going to know everything about fighter number 8, planes that never have seen the light of day. Exactly. So we're gonna go to a lot of areas. We're gonna talk about tech. He has some pictures he sent to us and like Blackbird stealth fighters in areas that we never have access to. And he's one of the foremost experts on Area 51. A lot of things that have happened over the years. So we're gonna, I guess, make his brainer. I guess Jason's brainer. He's a super nice guy. Easy to talk to. And we're the kids. We're Jack and Mom today. So it's awesome. So we'll roll our credits and we'll be right back with Mr. Jim Goodall right here on UAP's 3. Welcome back to another episode of UAP Studies Podcast. My name is Louis Borges. Joining me as always, my best buddy, Mr. Jason Gilman.
On deck, my man. I'm ready for this interview. This is going to be fun. I'm really happy that Jim is here joining us today. So this is going to be a great conversation. I have so many questions.
I can't think of anybody better to talk to involving spy tech, aviation, cool planes, even connections within our communities and deep friendships he's had for years and some very popular names. We're going to get to all that. Jim is an Air Force veteran. I would say one of the foremost experts on Area 51. He's also an aviation journalist and historian. And he's here to chat with us about all things Area 51, Bob Lazar, and I see you right here. Welcome to the show, Jim. Great to have you.
I'm absolutely happy to be here. Sure. He's the same person I've been for 5 years. He's conservative, he's soft-spoken. His wife Victoria is sweetest. She's 68 or 69. She looks like she's 35. She's a skin specialist. And they're just, he's as happy as he's ever been. He has 10 acres, he has 3 horses, 3 dogs. And I think it's a 30 by 40 by 50 layout. He goes everybody at different stations and he has everybody's getting he says, well, go make this. Twist my arm. This was given to me by Bob. That sounds like Bob. That sounds like Bob. straight in, they were flying out of the desert, they looked straight in, not being pushed back to the hangar, and the engines are still running, and the heat from the J-58 set up the water system, which dumped about 60,000 gallons of water into the hangar, just most travel for parking rails. And when all the wires went off, and our students transit flying like 30 miles down that street, flying into the ground, in my truck, and started going. So I heard something incredible for the next 10 days. And I was one time installing the systems of coming in the information gathering. So I had some time off. It was a Tuesday. It was about 3:15 in the afternoon. And I'm waiting for the shot. They had a piano and always pushing between Edwards and their offices and there was room, so I was roar, before I could hear it all clear and see it inside running down the taxiway. I look over to the X-86 test pad, which hadn't rolled out yet. And as I was fire coming back in, just halfway across the driveway, people were too smart. All says, hey, we're loading. So I'm back in the airplane, I look straight down I have 12 accent, and I look down, I could not what I was seeing. It was footprint. They already just shut down the bar in front of it. It's like a seat and following my day when I got back to the base, and my recorder was a hockey game. I walked into the back and walked in and I looked at the asset and I'm 18 years old. It's 1960, and that was the most incredible thing I ever seen. And I got our snacks. I never thought I'd be able to have today in this bird. When I got out, I started thinking of 66. And I ended up working for a company in LA. In 1968, I sent a letter to Rocky, the CIA, Secretary of the Air Force, and some other people asking for coloring my hands. The official policy was not going to so I started don't worry, Doc, don't worry, find out. So over the course of the last 60 years, from a historical point of view, according to Ben Rich, who is a long-time friend of mine, I'm the most knowledgeable person on the planet of the history and the numbers that we give to weapons. Some compartmentalized back then, you didn't talk about what you did, you just use that. Now, Patriots, whatever they say, that doesn't work. You're going to find someone and you're going to find some champion. But that was really the beginning of my passion. And then in 1976, I decided to join the Air Corps. And I actually communications specialist for Sean after I story. I quickly went to guard. I started a little thing. So I need card, they got me on the United States. Yes, right, I got me as I can find and over the course of through 9/11, changed. I did on the ramp, I felt the ramp, and 116 airplanes, That's me. I feel Air Force Base. That's what I had to guard. That was real. That was a real doctor that came on our plot. I started doing it when I was about 13. And they say, I got the gray hairs in your face. So that's a big Air Force Base. That's what makes it sound this or okay, that's my name. That was my name for 15 years. That is it's age 12. This one, that's flowing straight into the straight at 92,500 feet. It has during flight test, these cats were flying out. And they were, this was the Impulse expansion airplane. And they were having problems with they had to go sustain Mach 2.8 or 2.9 at that time. And they had been playing with the schedule enormous stuff. Tertiary numbers in the afterburner. The organization, they Washington, they get a grant to 27 to 28, is that what they made? But they somewhere past this. So, Jim was up there trying to figure out what he would do. And he was a real bad error. And he dropped the nose. He was got a good hair. He got things turned on. It was almost like freezing on the airplane. And all the instruments said, hey, okay. And free floating, free pressure, start breaking pockets from the European. And for about 15 seconds, we get to the air. Also, everything went he went from Mach 2.9 Mach 3.56 15 seconds. And he realized that, oh, I shouldn't have done that. So he lost his DC. So they 3.56 is momentary. And the airplane was designed to fly 3.24. That's this was it was more efficient at Mach 3 than it is subsonic. It was just, I was already there, and I was scared of that airplane. Because we had to cut the wings off. We had to see flags. We had to see after 15 years, the CI said, we want that airplane. So, the SOPs changed. Ambassador to Air Force Base. They did it over the Thanksgiving, Christmas, holidays, when no one's around. And we had 60 days to respond. They also began funding here for the CIA. That's me. But now I've got this. 35 years ago.
It's amazing. It's a scene clear images to reveal the species on the
Yeah, I wish I could get this camera started up in the second night of the Christmas. It's now next year. We look at it, I think that's the plane that comes down. And the guy says, it's not that it's Jim East County, it's the first year he's flying here. Third guy. He said he talked to the airplane. This is the first time he doesn't talk to me. He's flown in 25 years. And when we loaded it up, after the boat, we said, I don't know if it's going to fail. And 1.5 inches of damage. You're going to step up your back into the central. So that's nothing. But the way I got the airplane in the sea flying, and August should be here, I made it a real time for mine. And our president, we had it was a college meeting. This one on about 20 years. And calls me and says, I have it because I have it. The Russians didn't stop for saying this city. When they stopped the forces found that black ones are going to make it through Congress. And if anybody could scrounge for it, so I said, okay, I'll go challenge. So I challenged Maze. I got on DS sandwiches and another phone system. And I called the adjutant general of the state Secretary Adjutant, and I said, General Weaver's office, I said, this man is excited me about what's taking up there is General Weaver. He's the Sergeant of Platoon. So General Weaver gets on, I said, Sergeant, how can I help you? I still say I have a question. I said, shoot. I said, how about the New York airport? I like to move real fast, just real fast, there's some files. Dead silence for a few seconds. He said, you need the black room? I said, yes, sir. He said, you're ready to call me. So, we had that taken care of. So I went to my boss, Major General Al Schwab, and he said, I want to get a black room for Lucy. He starts laughing. He said, sir, do me a favor, right there. I said, don't give me the opportunity to fail. He said, are you sorry? Are you sorry? I said, I'm sorry to get this clean. I said, DG at New York. Yeah, he said, I have a C5. So that part was taken care of. Marty Gunner said he came around that when he was trying to get my West Palm Beach, and he got to Air Force. That's our Air Force. And asked if they could lease the C5 to the Air Force. Said yes. It's about $970,000 a day plus gas. And I scrolled to 8 days each. So I have to be the best scrounger in the United States military. And I can find it in D12 light with that. But that is the best part. We loaded the thing up on the 27th of October, 1991. And then we had gas in our so we flew to Travis Smith. Next morning we took off. We were headed out. 35, 40 minutes out. The chief master sergeant, master is going down. Check you out. I said, can I go down with you? He said, no, I can't. We go. He said, this is your project. So I went downstairs. To the airplane, I'm just sitting there, just slapping it on my face. When I was flying out like here, on the trains, I had a wheel drive. We stuck in these canopies of vehicles all the way to the counterbalance was out. So I opened up the canopy, I had 5 county bucket in on my chances he was all the way down. There was a cushion. I got in the cockpit, closed the canopy, and I can't for about 45 minutes. I just sit there with a grin on my face that I couldn't slap off. After about 45 minutes, I went back to the airplane. You can't say, yeah, we gotta go back up. So I went back up. Now we're about 40 minutes out of Indianapolis. We had a drive from DSAC and the chief comes back and said, boss, I do get in a cockpit of a plane. We're already at 4 of the C5. No, it says downstairs. So once we landed, I called Ben Rich the next day and I said, man, I think I have a record that no one would be able to manage. He said, what's that? I'm the only person on the planet who's been in the cockpit at 33,000 feet AM log, 0.72 inside of the airplane. He landed it, and said he was laughing so hard it was squirting nuts. He was really friendly to the yesterday. On 3 minus 8. That's something that nobody else can do because now it's all Broadway stories, practice, military. You just couldn't pull that off. So it was a once in a lifetime and it was just one of the more exciting things. Next one. Yeah. I think that's I'm a Whiteman Air Force base. If you notice the data block in the upper left-hand corner, I'm going into a square heating kitty hall. It's a PT I'm the only one in my neighborhood who to simulate exactly 2 hours. I've been there a few times. I want to go by accident. I want to go by accident. And see if I can go see the ride. Just so that's what my days like. I'm both caught up in the Me Too community, and with the exception of a few exceptions, I can't find black there's a couple of pilots and releases. They sort of break their ass because I wasn't part of the program, but I was not one of those excellent. Okay, this is shot. This just shows you just how wide it is. It's just beginning to take the skin pants off. It's about the top and bottom of both sides. It's about 24 cereals. And at the bottom of the ring, it's titanium. Now, Jim, just so I'm clear here, for listeners that are not seeing the picture, I believe this is the Blackbird because of the fact that I know is it being a symbol? This is we're here already. This view is the site again, which is how the Rocky Skull works. And I was just impressed with you. I'm standing up on my work stand and take this picture. And this just shows you just how it is. Because if you look at the wingspan, it's really faceless and it's all fuel. We had to take this off. We had to take these garbage and I knew I got into the C5 every which way I could to make sure I was thinking big shit. And he did. He said you had an inch and a half on the inch and a half clearance. It was clearance on the floor. Against the floor rail. I take it in consideration that if it was too tight, it was going to come along to the lighting area. The lighting area is another inch. So that was what he was saying. So you're going to take it outside the box. I always have. This is a very famous shot. Designed to have a still alive. The guy in the black jacket with sunglasses and Stuart Brown in the article on science on the Area 51, Area 6 million people read the Red issue. Of course, they had some guy in red jacket. That's me. Behind me is Tom Trout. He was the communist. Glenn Campbell, answered my research center. Rachel, he's gone. Handsome guy, he was like my brother. We talked every day. We freaking him a spy for him. Freaking a spy job. I get on the phone and we say testing. This is talking about the spy too. We're talking about we like this dog every classified program name and then we just start talking. And it's I talked to the guys at the Pentagon. I was there during Desert Storm. They said, hey, I said, when they're listening to us, they said, don't give work credit when you're work credit. They're just, most of the guys that are security service or whatever, they're doing their job. They're not going to listen to everything, and they're not going to. I said, okay, fine. Honest answer. Yeah. So what was in the backdrop there? What valley or that's excellent. That's typical valley. This Stuart and I spent the night on top of the night. You can see how warm it was. It's cooking. It was 21 degrees that night. 25 mile an hour touchdown. It is. When I lived in Minnesota, the dinosaurs Stuart and I selected. This is my airplane. Brought it back together. Painted it authentic black shit. Now I took the liberty of taking this shot, cutting off the landing gear, cutting off the brake, putting it into the air. I don't have any shots. I have any CIA in the air. So I put one in. And I just had this card. This airplane now sits right next to the CIA. It was really funny. They used one of my photos in a book on hurricanes on the instrument of the but the first thing you see is first of all, they did this asteroid. So my good friend Steve was also author in DC. So you're standing on the 12. He's a specialist on concrete. If our government uses a copyrighted communication without the expression of the copyright, you can charge up to $37,500. So I sent the CIA $37,500. I get this purchase that stock photo. I shot it from the top. I said, how do we know it's a photo? So I said, can I sample the application of my name? See, small circle inside of this. Yeah, that funny about separates. So I get a call. I said, this been off to him. I get a call from the chief counsel. I said, Mr. Goodall, we understand this. Yes. The gentleman who put the book together has a new understanding of things. Trust me, but I can't accept $37,500. I think to myself, I'd go for $500. I said, make me an offer. I refuse. I said, $5,000. I said, what addition? I mean, I'm not sure get your I said, I want to have a relationship to the campus and photograph my airplane in the complete 360 model my camera, my camera description. He said, well, that has to be I'll wait for the call. I got a call from this video. Weeks later, he said, I said, okay, I'll be out there. And I arrived at the back meeting of the CIA on the 22nd, April 2009. As I drive up against Emirates cars, I pull up, it's rolling down the window. I take out my ID. I said, Mr. Goodall, welcome to CIA. So, I was there, and they said, he just had me say, I said, distinguished visitor, they said, visitor, what's the first name? it was a baby, it was a party, they're fine. So I didn't show my ID, just go up and as I go into the guard in the bar and said, oh, it's the CIA, and the show was the CIA at the time. And she came down and she said, not fair. I've been here for years. You're the first. You're the talker, Jim. Yeah. So these are your words. This is your I have 29 books in print. One honest class Oscar right now. It's 300 pages. All the public stories of the United States structure as the campus and summary has and everyone at the name notes have more than one page. They have up to 10. And I cover this having an extra list there. All my things take one page. Sometimes differences. And what above it is my pride story. That's 75 years long. It's 5 of the 4 hands and hands. This is their thing. This is their thing. And my which is right next to it. So I'm just involved in it. I have a reader friend say, what the hell you doing with summaries? I said, they hit all my buttons. What I mean? I said, black. They're stealth. And no one can stand no more than water. And the general public can see it's from the top 3 or 4 feet of the hull and the same. And that's it. And I've been 21 hours submarines. I've been at 480 and it was a submarine. I went through the streets of Montreal with the as they go out the way. As we're going through the streets of Montreal, behind me is 24 bars tables and those 24 bars tables I'm in the neighborhood, 75 kilometers. And I sort of smiled to myself and said, there's no smoking in that submarine, and that's that. As a military historian, I think there's no bathroom. There's no place you're going to walk back to. Or you have the great slow freight sand ferry and so many things. Coordinate the flow. The ceiling crawls. Every square inch of the biggest submarine in every control is occupied. So, but I just had a great time. The Navy likes what I do. It's actually, I got parts of that based on the work and your understanding about airplanes, secret project airplanes, how they fly. Now, we study a lot of people that are familiar with physics, objects in the skies. For instance, the Blackbird you mentioned was designed to go on 3.24. One orchard, we're talking about radius at that speed, What are we looking at? How long would it take for it to return? It's not the time. It's radius. It's about 180 mile radius. Okay. So when we hear objects that are able to go at that speed and then right in, as far as we know physically, what the point is, how one kilometer don't know about excluding human involvement in the craft and as a Fox 36 years ago. For any good example, the copper is around 55 Canada's there's electronics there's the copper when the last time I 55 hours you're gonna see a couple of cheese that's for sure in one place every side on my books down there, these different 17 months, the very first one, the first one 78, and we sold 67,000 copies. I should have made the beer, I should have made sour. Yeah, the SR7 pilot's manual. Dave Flux, who was George Library and Nass, right? He's the one who sent me these books, and Aaron gave it. So I sent it to him. I said, I thought this was just this is great. This is actually great. It's right in the middle of the night. It's like so that just Jeff Babby on he said he has his two favorite books. He is being and always Here's my and that just turned a big compliment for sure. So there's a taken on the 23rd of May, 2023. S5 is what he's doing. He's laughing. Someone suggested we can put together a hand scanner at the front door. Just yeah. You could oh, absolutely. You can tell me what it works. Bob was sort of able to understand the modern scanner as a he can be something 20 years later, he can be 23, and he's the Swiss and his wife is sweet. And my next thing I get reverse engineering. How did you guys meet? That was the time. I met two shop here. And John and I back in 73. So what's it, 20 years? We lost him last year. I'm surprised he made it past the but this is November of 88. First week of January, I'm on my way to Las Vegas. Whatever it is, here, we're going to get a car, we're going to find out. So I said, well, let's go. So you jump in the car, we're heading up. It was 95. Which is north of Scotty's Junction. Scotty's Junction, Scotty Davis. There was an Eagle house in the building there. That the federal government took over. paid all the taxes, and they rented out their business. That's just how we fish. So we're about 25 miles north of Scottish Junction. And an F-117 flies over about 45 degrees off the road, about 1,500 feet, and our crash in the car. So we get into talking about east on US 6, it was about 14 miles. Which makes a huge slide that seems to have my Tesla. So we head down that road, 18 miles to the game. I can't get into a restricted area. So we brought down the fence line. Now this is before digital cameras. So I saw a shark go to close. Means I wanted to cook the other way. If I was able to shoot anything out, she was going to come very fine. So we drive about 2 miles southwest along the fence line. You can see the whole just right. The cell phone, see all the 60 plus acres. Everything else. I look to the north. That's where they're about 10 minutes. I'm fuzzy. 15, 20 miles north. Right underneath that. And this one fuzzy ball right next to us. I figured that's going to be there. That's chasing. So I'm there with my 9 by the 70 to 200 millimeter 9 station. And I see it's coming, it's getting closer and closer, and I'm there, and all of a sudden the airplane starts to come up, and you find her. And I want to continue racing it, each time my whole body is just body. I mean, literally, it was like I was on a vibrating machine, I couldn't stop shaking. So I didn't know if I had any hands. Finally, I said, John, let's get out of here. Las Vegas, let's go right back. We have to have it right here. Back in the day, processed, and the original was same way. There was a little kiosk that was yellow and red, all the Kodak colors. So I knew we were going to get back to Las Vegas in time. So I was really bothering me. So we head east on US 6 to get into Black Springs, which is the northern terminus of the US Coastal Highway. Nevada 375, we head down the outside of the John Patrick's place. Then we headed back up the Vegas to go to John's house after 9 o'clock. He said, hey, I got a funny one. I just wanted to come back here. You think about it? You think he's like a nice guy. About 10 minutes later, John goes to the brings him in. This is some of your problems. He's waiting. He's waiting. That's whatever it is to do. He doesn't know what he's going to do. He doesn't know what he's going to do. So, I tell him, like, I said, if you're trying to find out why it's not a shot out, I say shots here. But I have to wait until 2 days, tomorrow, and then the following day, and then the following day, stuff process. He said, well, I have a safety process at my house. It's going to be a process. I said, what you got here? So, Lyra lives just south of us. Background is and Bob lived off in West Charleston, down to the company's car. Going that more from Lyra's house. And Bob looked at me and he said, I feel sorry for you. I'm sorry that you put John here. I said, what do you mean? They say, he's on this world famous aviation companies and my gun is fun. Lyra kept to Florida. And they done so much because you have fun. She said, how do you do this? I can't. 20 seconds later, he said, exactly, stand down. And those of you who are familiar with the game, just an age in general, no Navy T-shirt is talking to an air guard slash air switch unless it's really important. So I go in there and I get my shirt. He doesn't say anything. He said, great, red socks, standing there. He's almost trembling. And he said, Sergeant, I know that you're going to try this. But if I ever see your face across this threshold of my life, I'm going to be serious. United States military. Do you understand me, Sergeant? I said, yes, sir. He said, with that, he put us. You take the shredder. He said, you're dismissed from here. My face walked out. I said, oh, is there? Pull that message. Yeah, so if Bob was living in Sunny Rise, why would this Navy want to talk to me? And why did he chew my blood out? So it just adds to what I had to do. The story has never changed. Yeah, and I was going to say this, honestly, he doesn't believe in this, this program. But what he did, I don't think that they had that even anticipated that this was a possibility that something would go up in public that much about S4 and Area 51. And legitimately, whenever we defend public fire people like, oh, well, his 20s man up with a man like that big to different. We all know of areas because of Bubba's from Georgetown, bringing it to the attention. How did Bubba's are known by this installation? And the other proof as well is that he had the exact location of the desert. 7:30 p.m. every Wednesday night when they would see UFOs and see tons of people out there to see it. Even to the point at the end they invited the UFOs to whole parties and they got almost arrogant about how cool it was to be there. That would have not happened. And all these people testified saying, yes, we saw this. There's footage of recording it. So people dismissing the story is purely just because I don't just believe that I don't trust them or like we have this expectations of that they need to be fallible, like that you need to be, Jesus, this quality of human to be a human saying, hey, I've seen something bad. Even recently somebody said, oh, you listen to the channel and you're interested in like, I would still listen to the channel. Right? So the clearance to be there. Yeah. Even he went public, but he still did his he still had contact with the government. Repair, adjust, release the section. Bob did work at Caltech, where you had to have at least a master's degree in physics to do physics. And they can't find the school that doesn't exist. His social security number, according to the United States government, is different issues. Wow. Just like they'll go through the way just to discredit. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. His wife, she died mysteriously. And I did ask what I think that's really exciting. There's something that's not right here. It's not right here. Off to another area, farmland, Montana. Had a friend named Dave. Dave was retired. Lieutenant Colonel from SR-71. Lived in Nashville, Tennessee. And I was visiting my dad. Association with my association. Hey, Dave, I said, tied up? I said, oh, no, I was just down there. Come on, he said, well, sure. Go in here. I went here. His boss, his
could go. The fastest it is for saying what it is for you when every room is a nice big corner to invest for flying all your science. You might walk three, after you finish your test work, it was a like I said before, we decided to launch the scientific flight test. To go to Mach 3, you want to run so guys will fly high speed now to there's no reason to fly any faster than your plane flies perfectly at 3.2 so getting to the night pre-ignitions, 3/4 blown off the left side of the airplane. He gets a plenty of something at his tail. You can't tell what it is. It's 5 or 6 miles obviously flying 5 or 6,000 feet above. So he gets over to the end of his voice. Do we have this program? He said, no. He said, put a briefing today. It's a briefing today. So he's in minimum gap 227. So he advances the throttles. His run is a briefing. He's there to 20 feet. And turning towards the spot. He went over his flies because he's getting he's trying to look out to see if he can see stars. Because I'm at 85,000 stars. So he's getting closer and closer. He's still out there so few. It's still a line we're still away from this thing took off. About 30 degrees for the actor. Nothing. Just nothing was going to do. He figured it out to go between 18 and 12,000 miles an hour. So between 12 and 16. And he couldn't make what he saw. Backseater on the side as well. I don't know. He didn't say what he did once he got to Kenya. He was back to Kenya in those days. Before UFOs, because you have this my boss in the aircraft was an Air Force Staffers, but she just never went down. I used to go down. I used to go down 3 years. He said, let's just say for the fact that I have fat pilot get back out and chasing something. Realize that I'm chasing the UFO. What do I do? So I've gotten up close to it. I've seen it. I don't have a gun camera. We have a RF. We have a picture. Anything a picture cameras. We saw it here. What do I do? So I come back. I said, I gotta get back to fire. I go take a shower. Go to the club. Out down. 2 and 3. We're really strong. Drinks. Because if you work and you chase the UFO, or you walk onto a UFO, your career is just never Jim, I got a question on that. For yourself, this your pilot isn't they spend millions of dollars trying to do this. And on that, so on how they do their job, they use the weapon and somebody uses that as a train, as a says, hey, does or something like that. So you must be alone. That's grounding. Yes, it will be. But if he's a major, he's not major. He's not major. Yeah, so they just try to shake you off. That's their incentive. The official reaction to UFOs to UFOs it's their government. It's their UFOs been going on for a long time now. Where they coming from? We don't know. When I was 8, Tucson was 8 years. They have the largest optical telescopes in the world. 22 everything from 12 inch and 13-foot the 2.1 meter was released by Caltech
process of trying to raise money to do an excavation of the largest pyramid complex in Memphis. And there's three pyramids in a village sitting below it. It's the only nation in the country controlled by the This bill is isolated from the they call it 6 mile road, 6 miles village. And just by what God's real pyramids look at it, we sort of landed on this place. And everything that's in the stars for us to go in there. And we got different permissions. We have exclusive rights to access excavation and restoration. Receiving 3 trillion dollars. So we need to raise money. He said we have 187 healthy, able-bodied and taken off the open. So that's 2 weeks down there. It was absolutely fascinating. On the first full day we were there, I think we were here given more or less the prompt to go to this location. Benton Kai complex. Because we were in another area and they were excavating these sites. Almost the very end of it, the sky had opened up. Everything was wet. About 20 feet from the end they get off the pyramid. It's just they just I don't know bad since I was right to it. Shaky balance. And I'm an old guy, I'm 78. So I decided I was going to try out stuff that was gosh, and he sharp edges, I sure all the ones on the side over here, and I skip one step, and I went out for me to get up for me to get first. It is a pile of rock, these are sharp edge rocks, and I end up cashing, and I get up, and it's raining, it goes a long way, it was a lot of waves, it was fun. So you can get hurt down, I can go down, you can get down, driving out the village, out the compilation of my house, and I was being part of his clinic. There's a doctor who's he escaped here from me, started talking. He was surprised how there was. He said, I have some observations in early 70s, 20 years old. That's I can't explain why. So they told me I got this. They said, don't go anywhere other than school to go to shower. Because if you don't because it's short and sewers, they will swap water. You may turn into swamp. Well, parasites. So, since I didn't get DNA into the body, kind of stories. and it was occupied between 280 and 280 AD. So it's been vacant ever since. We talked to archaeologists that were at the sites there, and there's speculation now, especially now, it's very possible that the pyramids are not really outside, they're like 20,000, 22,000 years ago. And the Mayans found so that just adds a multiplier of 200,000 years. The level of sophistication is not like the this could be even because there's not a destruction, not to the point that they have some of the other famous sites. So what we have a 305-acre site that is now excavated. We're going back probably early October. Jared Murphy has a podcast, Not Aliens. And Jared's a friend of mine from Minnesota. Jared had this Jared project that I just it was a perfect fit for Jared decided Jared was in Bay for 8 years old. I can start from massive trying to test. And he did. And it was for his this was where it was right there. He received the he lost absolutely nothing as far as the function. And that's what's different about this. Jared is very, very smart, very smart. And that's a great thing. I know things are going to be okay. Our techniques are yesterday, 3 days, constantly 5 minutes. But they're trying to see if he has a kind of function. It's just that so I say it's been 72 hours. He has no eyes, it's still my conscious head was sedated. And the doctor says, Jared, if you can hear me, wiggle your toes. And his girlfriend, and he said, can you hear me squeeze my legs? And just right after they took he's still semi-unconscious. And we can't put his contacts back in. He's reading glasses and reading ears. And they still don't know how his brain is. He reading his toes and squeezing the head. And he said, he had no voice. He said, my ophthalmologist said he just checked my eyes. He says the prescription is magnification for the readers. So right then there, it was all there, all done. Yeah. I talked to him every day. We're working towards the lighter I saw everything that I don't get up with New England because you can see inside the scenes, you can see and stop it looks too so we're gonna be able to see there's 3 pyramids right now Right now, months in the season, and now they're ready to because I think they use more power, so they need to bring together. So they're going to try to go there and not going to kill them, not going to kill them, use torture, whatever, get money, I guess it's massive business. Probably would be those leads on the planet. Before, I don't want to waste too much more of your time. I want to ask you a couple of questions in relation to government tap versus non-intelligence tap. You were in a movie, where the federal career UFOs, the rise of the TRSP, essentially black triangle that's all that we have engineered. I've always been fascinated by the stories of like the expert on this type of stuff. So what can you tell us about every government made UFO tech? If someone sees a UFO, it's clearly required for flying. It's man-made. If it has rivets and seams on it, it's man-made. If there's only one, if we know without a shadow of a doubt, we are man-made. That's all we need. But governments are hiding this stuff forever. There's somebody else who starts making it say, hey, just say it's coming down. The Romans talked about flying ceiling that was spewing out fire everywhere. And the Ghostbusters came. We're the only ones in space. There's a GR3 it's built by and it makes it prototypes of what they GR3 I know what the area 50 years since they found what they did. I've asked all of them, UFOs and all of those I don't have any for my answer. Just before I ask you, I was talking to this USC center and I was starting to solve the answer. Science, Koreans on 2017 and 17 in the airports. And we're talking about just before the end of the conversation, we have things out here in the desert. He asked me for any of he said, we have things out in the desert. That's 50 years ago. He said it was Star Trek, Star Wars, and there, and I said, man, you want to expand on that? He said, well, to that point, do we have a space force? Non-terrestrial officers that people full-time? Is it like Star Wars? Do we have ships on patrol? I have to believe it's or have proof. My gut tells me that we haven't using all this heavy technology. It's not hard if you want to know what universe together. This was the universe. This was the universe. And as soon as you release there's no fire now I don't know how it is when you come back from that place. It's 60 years or 6 hours a day. But if you see those extraterrestrials,
building space first. But to build space first, you have to recruit people first, and then build the ships. You can build the ships first, and then recruit people to operate the ships. It's kind of like what you eat first, what you can eat. I think what do you think those growth is?
Yeah, you have now. When I was doing what somebody had discovered, Japan, we're heading over to the actual section from the face and the face of the eyes. Jeff, how much alien and he was already back and said, I have actually no knowledge. But I don't know what was built in the past. I need to know about it. I said, my job is to not just look at it, my job is to make the future. Personally, I need to have a policy, no comment about personally, I feel I can ask there are facilities, and there's a new base. 90 minutes, 3 minutes, we're not sure where it's at. Multiple people that it is a new base. That's the middle of nowhere. They decided they wanted to restricted area, my friend, I'm sure Bob's coming out and making it up to people. Because it would bring so much attention to it. Well, there's any agents like this phone. Just like Area 51 and Area 52, the way Area 51 is made, the reason I know this is that it's going to be a post there and test site. This week, there's 200 of these so that's the my Facebook page, a guy flew around. Yeah, he didn't have a real good camera. He had a good camera. He gives people thousands. It's a fixed lens. It was 38 to 308 to 3,000. You needed someone to go over these Nikon 850 really huge lens to get some because there's all sorts of construction there. There's really years to use the any part of there might be something there where it is really nasty. And most of it's underground. If you underground, you find out Area 51, there's state fires and so because it's clearance, because he got a job, and that's facility manager. He was responsible for every structure, architect, and he was responsible for plus he did photos. I asked my conversation with I said, there are no underground facilities accurate because I would have been responsible for restrictions. But the other side of the map was right. We have the ability to dig through a dirty city through solid granite, that's how they make it. There's no way to find out that it's how they think you. They have the ability to do everything. So what we have is an excavation. If you have an excavation, and unless there's an power plant, it's impossible. You have to have power lines somehow some relation. And all the standing up there, I haven't seen him. I'm not really good at camera photos. So just because we can't find it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There's no point, right? They can say make it different. Yeah, all that. I was at the disclosure project with Dr. Greer a couple weeks ago in DC, and I talked to 5 or 6 whistleblowers. And these guys, they tell just working in voice and emotion and product. Guys are working. These are there's some stuff that happens. One guy lost his dad. His dad lost everything. Classified apartment. He lost his clearance. He lost his house. He lost everything. His dad was the best friend. And he lost and he should go out and maybe some of the bigger babies that are trying to throw up babies on the chest. He's now working. He's a real deal. And on video, I have seen and he's in charge. Investigator, whatever it is. And more and more people are going back. We said, UFO just myself. All right. If there's a UFO, I'm going to see it. I've been in the lab in the 90s. There was that cloud in the sky. It was just went behind me. I'm sitting here yourself, if you can read my mind, look up. And I tried. And I all know what to do. Make sure I get home. I think she was really upset. If I was I left this so much. So, were UFOs real? Yeah. Millions of people. It's a name. Flyers got to keep the city. Certified most of it. And I taught about what's in how do you call him? And last time I saw him, he was either at the office at the street, he gave me a box of slides, and they were PDF and still classified today. I said, as far as logging it's sorry, and he said, no, don't show this. Images to anybody in your life. It's hard. It's hard. It's very hard. But I don't know how I got to the relationship. It was because my first John and my letters to me, and he and he's going to ask me, he said, I can't do it. Do we have proof? Yeah, I think we do. Are they aliens real? I have to say without a doubt, we're not. But one of the movie scenes was together. Jesus Christ. If all of a sudden being told that there's no such thing as having a child, there is one. Because the bad was good. That's where he was before. There's just too much out there. Guys, you can't be good. There's too many people here trying to do this. It's got to be out there. We're only years and services. Based on images, where the streets they found a four-star complex, and according to they've been using rich distance that these stars and galaxies how accurate really is that? We're here. What surprised me is my full half is over because it's an educated guess. Good science that you can measure the distance away from us by the rich. And one of the things that's really, and this we're not supposed to fire what damage it would damage it damage it's 2,000 feet down. So until they get the barriers, but there's just at the meal, that's just the family kills. They committed kills exactly they took off the secondary optical head of their 5,000 intelligence adjustment. And they were extraordinary. This pandemic, 5 years, they were analysis. And each location is million galaxies of galaxies. And they're trying to get something because they say that 95% of the economy in the universe is real. You can't see it, you can't taste it, you can't taste it, you can't touch it, you can't fix it, and stuff like that. Just and I'm waiting for the giant transmission to do first. They make the beginners that ain't their lives and they'll see episode. They will 8:27 years. It's a sphere. It's a fire. It's at 60. It's at 60. It's at 16,000 feet. It's 2 miles to the coast of Canada. It's the highest area. It's a meeting. It's a meeting. I think you put oxygen into it. It's ugly. It's ugly. They figured they had made it. Actually, it was 1,000 years. First ones. They see passing. This first one. Every time everything went up, whether it was the Hubble, whether it was the James Webb, every time made that jumping that molecules, everything I thought he knew, it's not real anymore. It doesn't happen. So it's gonna be exciting. So I'm trying to find my fingers in my body. So I'm retired when it's just retired. I said if I stop, I have to keep this thing. I have to challenge my brain. And I enjoy it. It keeps me refreshed. And our news hard. We don't listen to anything of the mainstream media. Everything I read is Florida press, slang from English. I have friends all over the place. It's just what I do. And I really, today's variation, sit and chat with somebody like you, friends with Lobos are in 35 years. Tell them to come on our show. See how I asked him. That's our chair. He said, right now, I can't do anything like that. That's just right now. That's what she is. So I wanted to verify people back down on my body. It's already knows. Our champions told me, and I say, I'm skeptic. The kids. The other thing is, the story and they So he went around devastated, trying to snap him. He was underneath it, overhang. He was aware that he was such an area 51, area 51, the inhabitants of the sections in the middle of the night, he got out of the path. And he's looking across flats, southwest corner of the mountains, range. It was like somebody was over there. He saw the light, couldn't tell what was happening too far away. And then, next morning he got up. Did have some evidence of suicide. That came to my direction. I looked at it. And it was based on the mountain. Another thing, I had a friend of mine, and he had a down dance, and there was a crash. Those kind of guys, they're looking for artifacts. So they're actually out there, and just looking for stuff. And out of nowhere, they have these bags of what are you doing here? See somebody needs you. You have no reason to be over here. They don't know where they're coming from. They just appear. And that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, no, and so we've always been strong supporters of his story. And if ever he ends up listening to this or just hears one about like we definitely will treat him as like normality because which is as far as we're concerned, he's like one of the originals. He came out, everybody dismissed him for 30 over years, and now he's starting to be a force in dead on because we're still on all those programs. And yeah, it's amazing. And the fact that you got to know him right before he came out, right before he had an unbelievable that's crazy.
He set us He said, I had, you can benefit him, he's not told me, not at all. He said, the worst thing he ever did in his life is he said, that gives his opportunity to take this to fruition. And that's exactly
And good on him because it shows his strength and his strength. Not only does it eventually deserve right? Even people in the dark. I don't know about you, but sometimes companies whatever that things are looking for help. So youngsters help them and the general population help them. And the solution to the general population comes up with is beyond what anybody on that staff of that business can come up with. If this information, this technology is shared in the world and apply their logic into it, we'll solve this a lot faster. That's a lot faster, right? And it's a group effort. Even people like yourself that you've been around military installations entirely, or people like yourself to come forward and say, you know what? Yeah, this happened. I know this happened. This is true. It gives credibility and it builds the story of everything that's taken place so far. And it validates that yes, there is a situation. Yes, the things that we hold as conspiracy theory is actually reality. And this is important. This is this podcast is important. This is a platform for people like yourselves to come on and share with 150,000+ people to come on what it is that you're knowledge. So we really appreciate it. That's what I've around. I have some shopping I can do with this is a family today. But Jim, let's have you on again.
you are welcome here on this podcast. Anytime I'm in one time, one thing you're doing, just hit us up. One of the things that I do is I had no idea that I had everything I could continue with it. And I was trapped. Elon Musk and thanks again for being on the show. Appreciate it. Welcome back anytime. And best of luck with everything in the future. Just shy of 2 hours. We're out of our moment. That's okay. Appreciate it, Jay. Thank you, sir. Awesome. Take care, Jim. Take care. Everybody, hope you're having a good day today. We're going to do a first video of these studies. We're going to get to know UFO legends and lore, according to the Aboriginal people, not only from America but around the world. Yes. And one of the more famous generators of the police speak about this. Oh yeah, I've seen it on TV. I've seen it on TV. I think it's fairly new as far as yeah, I haven't run into just a couple of people that eventually get things that I did not know. I didn't have an opportunity working on but they bring introduced them to me. It's quite interesting. So I'm enjoying it. Yeah, we were actually supposed to do this recording weeks ago, but it was a big snowstorm in New Mexico. We're in the Pacific Northwest. It was in 3 long states. And here in New Mexico, it's snowstorm. Go figure. So we can do it a few weeks ago. He gets back today. He is the next phone. Maybe he has one chance. He doesn't have a chance. keep in touch or answer. Again, this is an area TV show, just a vast array of phenomena. Everything from lights, craft, spirits, cryptids, dogmen. Well, I mean, this land is bordering Utah. So it's essentially the same part of the world. And high strangeness, just keep walking. So we're going to hear it from source himself. He is a tribal member, police officer, EMS, gentleman with reputation, and someone is speaking on behalf of his people. So he's not behind exactly happening because he does have a status as a tribe. And it's a first for us. I'm super excited, Jay. Let's dig into an area where the government hasn't had the mission to go to the edge of his most areas. As it is named land. It's a very interesting small land for sure. Like you mentioned, it's further. It's not just a water bridge. It's a bridge wide. Space. That's going to be good. We're super excited. And with that, we'll be right back. Right here. Back to another episode of UAP Studies Podcast. My name is Lee Ward. Just joining me as always, my best buddy, Mr. Jason Gilman. Sir, how's it going? Going really well. It's a great day today. For the first time, we're chatting to somebody who's a member of indigenous population people who have had high strangeness for hundreds, maybe thousands of years. We don't know. And I think it's important to tell the story. And also, kind of the fact that it's not crazy in a lot of Aboriginal people's legends around the world. This is just something that's accepted. Yes, there are people. Yes, there are aliens. Yes, there are. What's the big deal? We're all still debating on is this real or not? Is this real or not? Very interesting. Very interesting. Boy, on creating is a imagination. Witness. Things that are related on their land, and unknown. This is also a home of Rothschild beast, a home of Dulce beast, supposedly a human alien operation that even big people that John here said, yeah, it's going to be a great day today. It's going to be a great day today. Show, Mr. Thank you. Awesome. Yeah, glad to have you. I didn't get to have much time. Well-spoken guy, playing your style, so I like your set up on the show. So for those that maybe don't know you, tell us about yourself, and also the connection between people and strange phenomena. Okay, well, for starters, I'll be also council member, I've been noticing pretty much all my life. To school in California for 4 years, came back, had various jobs, bartending, fire team, these offices, my background, my jobs pretty well scattered in different fields. Right now, I am in a tribe nation. I got a year and a half to go. As far as our connection, I guess the terms that's one of us indigenous tribes. The history goes back way back. Probably when I first learned, actually, last year, I found some interesting. I had read that it was a different area, so it was around, it took us a little while to find out. The funny thing is, I picked up on the scale, I can do some high sales. Once I got qualification, I called this job. This year's big
So I'm kind of curious. As far as putting on this back, a lot of this is from a lot of indigenous tribes in South America. The sightings and meetings, UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call it, goes back like way back in the beginning. And a lot of those were indigenous this and they got pictures, symbols, and stuff. And actually back in 2020, the Lord in the Holy Arizona, they say that's the center of the universe. That's where mankind, all races and creatures, they have this rock, it's called Odyssey. It tells the story of how it all came up, branched out, how we became and the thing that's they show it, they that line, they actually did
Now that's an ancient
yes, it's carved in
somebody had prophetic vision.
second piece. Actually, that was the opposite. It's this gentleman, I guess, military and army. You want to say the device, just like that's not insignia. So he was upset saying there's no purpose in this. The story of the
It's been mentioned a few times in replays that sometimes see these entities or things big black eyes and just so it seems to be a real thing that we keep hearing. I'm not surprised to hear that it dates back thousands of years and stuff that's from to stone at this point that seems to be something to these entities. It seems to be something to these. So let's talk about some of the different phenomena that manifest. It's raids, valleys. So we have low-flying, unmarked butlers, some people unreported. We have fast-moving lights, cattle mutilation, Bigfoot sightings, crashed UFOs. I mean, it is the gamut. Before the show, Jason and I were talking about Steve Harvey Ranch. It's not all that far away, and it's the same type of phenomenon that they see. He gets a lot of popularity. He shows everything else, but it is not limited to there. So let's talk about some of these. Where do you want to start? Cattle mutilation. That's why we need you. You know, secret stories that you heard. Did you have a festival in September? Why do you think that is? Why do you think it's because that's what we're going to have. It's like difficult to have the military presence, and especially the site of websites. This seems quite credible. So do you think this helicopter flying around this military activity don't say rumors of don't say multi-level facility where they conduct mind control, genetic experiments, there's even a cryogenic freezing facility like genetic work, that kind of thing. And in 1979, he was and he was convinced that he was electronic communication somehow. And he thought it was a crash spacecraft. And after investigations, he claimed to have discovered secret base. And in 1990, John Leary confirmed that he had proof of the base himself. So very interesting. Tell us about the base.
Yeah, I think this is going to talk about this guy into that.
Next officers, they see where these come out of the non-consolidated audience, continue place. So those are things that we can do.
So they're seeing crabs are part of this mess up. Is that right?
Yeah, actually, I see one light
That's amazing. You imagine somebody who follows things you crash, and it's just gets absorbed by the mountain. I think Mount Shasta has some places in Alaska have some mountain UFOs. I don't think anybody really understands. This is not crazy, but you mentioned police officers and people doing their own work and cattle mutilations and being the one that seem to occur, in your area, your area. In the 70s, there was a family named Keith found dead, and he basically came out doing cattle mutilation. And his report is crazy. They found a mutilated cow. They had a fetus in it. But this wasn't a cow fetus. It was a half monkey, half frog looking creature. Almost as if the cow was being used as incubator of some sort. And even when he made his report, he subsequently claimed that there were the same devices in his house. Are you familiar with the story?
Actually, yes, I am. My father was the police chief at the time for our nation, so they did a lot of this cattle mutilation investigation. I think that they started in 9, 10, something like that. And I actually used to go with my pastor to the carcass system. Gabe would be there. Actually, Gabe had sons along his sons to be colored hair. So we all did the same thing. Either those like posting lines on his car and watching everything. The thing about the Samuel they had gathered with this artist children. So what they would do is they were doing this thing around. They had a ultraviolet light. And actually there was cows that got running BC black sea. So they terrorized the team but prior to us getting there was actually a distance watches things. They actually have and a lot of that was to build this theories that you take us which look at the recordings, they can have recordings there, and you can see the arms. So I kind of see
Now, do you think this is something the military is doing, or is this something that other entities?
I honestly think it's the military. Because if you think about it, I think it's how long it's hard to do that to us when they took us the meds that we insurance. There's no need. Because if they're doing it, that's what they have to do. But as Mr. Moses said, why so I think that was my mom, and I kind of agree with you what they did. Put a bomb in the ground, the gas pump. This is on the western side of our reservation. This is like maybe half a mile from the reservation. And they just get that bomb, gas and oil. What they didn't realize is it contaminated the gas and under the ground, so they couldn't use it. So what I'm thinking is maybe some mutilations because checking the camera to see
Now, I think the radiation is a question. piece of the ear, genitals, no blood, and perfect laser precision. There's no blood, no evidence of any struggle whatsoever. And it's as if the animal is dropping down on the patient backward to the ground. And it's found this way. What's really fascinating is that animals will come and eat from the field, and ants and bugs won't have anything to do with it either. It's like this really weird phenomenon is happening in these cats. So if it is military, it is military to prevent them wanting to eat the carcass of the is this a state that these animals that you guys have found on the land is that I'm on we're talking about?
Whatever's out there, that's really
This is nature itself.
So let's talk about some crafts now. Obviously, UFOs are a threatening thing that's happening. It's happening to the elders, very outspoken. She was on the episode. She was in the episode. And this lady's awesome. It's not just like, she looks like she's got 4 foot 9. I wouldn't want to make her mad. I mean, she's like a spaceship. Flat on the bottom, flat on the top. Other people have claimed that they photographed them. There's no lack of UFO evidence in the action papers. Anything interesting, anything and she takes all that sightings you see. She was telling us that she actually sees something else come out of her. I think she describes it as so I think a lot of what it goes back way because so I think it was connection. You can talk I'd say in general, there's a lot of activity. A lot of people texting me and sending me pictures that can slice and can be sliced. One night I actually went out. I just went out for a ride. We can drive miles and miles in a direction. So I went out about 10 hours and just parked. The weird thing is, I'm gonna say maybe 100 yards, maybe less. I couldn't tell you exactly what it had like red, out, no engine noise, just quiet, I was navigating, trying to pick up my phone, I can see it, in the distance. So I honestly was if it was military or UFO, which is kind of strange. I honestly didn't think anything. I go for a ride, kind of see about the skies. I wasn't prepared to see that actually. So they knew I was there. They knew I was there. And I actually have fishing game officers. One time he was working with this one lake. So they had a green lights, the shade, the stop sign. And he said that if you basically along the highway, try to catch it, try and catch it. He said you followed it for about 7 miles and it's off. But the weird thing about this is because when we were out at our celebration out at the lake, I would say about 2:30, we could hear like a plane or something playing. So we all got out from our ship and we came outside. Two planes fly over the lake. The second plane stops. So I'm thinking, what's that?
Avery, just so I get this clear image, is it normal or typical for planes to fly low to that site? Like on average, like every year, or is this just something that it's not normal for planes to fly that low to the ground? But they seem to be doing it at this specific time of distance.
No, it's not normal. It's not
Aviation, I said things. I hate travel for 3 or 4 years of my life. I've flown 300 times to Spain. And he was telling me all the things about it. Basically, he was saying just about flying, and it's not typical. That's not. Yes. So the whole idea of flying, I said, what do you fly? 1,000 feet, there's no small accidents. He said, no, elevation is no problem. Something pilot has time to fix it. Even if it stalls or whatever, you need that elevation. Drop the plane, bring it back in. The most dangerous way to fly is 300 feet. Something happened. Yeah, so it is. It seems like you can make a lot of sense for airplanes. Low, over like native handle business.
Well, you know, they that's the thing that's interesting. You say, because you know, the altitude, right? You're talking, you're flying that outside.
Yeah, exactly. Now, do you think this has to do with the land itself? Because mesas seem to pop up in a lot of different areas. And all these things, you can see walk around the biggest area, which area is the mesa. So, do you think the land itself
You know, it might. Maybe there's some kind of magnetic draw or something that's drawing these crafts and
And just for the listening, because I just learned recently, this is not common. Like here in British Columbia, the mountains built on bases and the base landscapes are not really difficult bases. We explain to the listeners and the audience what a base is, so they have a better understanding of what if there is military operation going on, what does that involve?
Well, it's a mountain. It's basically when you sit far at the top of the mountain, so it's like like rock draws
Nice. And so, how much of those on the landscape where you guys are?
It's everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. That's basically what it's from.
So I picture the Grand Canyon. It's the biggest example. You have people buzz there. For now. The Great Ice Age. So we have that activity that's taking place on the large landscape. This is all across at least 2 states. So with that, have you ever wouldn't say no interactions with entities have been angry. We've been discovering the subject more and more. I was not a big I was thought that was something silly or she was real, but big recently I'm starting to understand that the truth is but again, any stories created by stories and encounters with or other entities like alien abductions, that take place on the landscape of her ranch.
Yeah, I quite a few. They say they were taken away from their house, and then when they come to it's all white. She tables, offices, they would say, I had a friend tell me a triangle, center line. He said, he got that. Fake members laying on the table. Also, people say part to stop the question, so that's the whole thing comes on. Eyes, people start talking to certain UFO, UAP, disguise off. There's there's a lot of stories like that. Like I said, there's some it's quite an experience.
In the world of Bigfoot, you have a few different accounts. Those who don't believe in those who believe it's a flesh and blood animal, so few in number, and so intelligent that they weigh efforts. And then you have people that say no, they are some type of galactic being, they manifest, they're not actually living, it's not flesh and blood. What are your thoughts on Bigfoot? What actually do you think?
I see it more as like a spiritual. But there's that fine line, footprints, hair, and then on the other side of the hospital, where they say they can you can walk behind them, you can see them. So I'm still trying to figure out how to count the God. I'd say it's almost the same time. Kind of stuck. Because it's big. It's animals. They probably barrels or This is one of those things. Started from when I was young, I think that's how the culture is. Somebody else to come out there. There was kids, besides get out of work and see what happened to do. It's not as good as so I like to describe the experience. Somebody dark. I actually walked around. It's just far from some people running that direction. So we go back to the camp. We ask the camp. We saw some grandpas and grandmas and all this stuff. Everybody was down there. Second time. We were driving and something got across the road. So we stopped. I think this was in Germany. So it was in us being, when it ran up the scale, it was pretty steep, like walking steep, they had about 20 yards of she was like 2 steps. The third time, I would say about 100 yards. It was
It was making that big black, jet black hair, the same, maybe 7 feet. I would say it was I can see half of his body. He's famous thing. We went up tonight. It's there's someone walking around. I can see next morning. That same place. I forgot my phone. Halfway to the house, I was the sun was over the mountains. It was nice as the sun was nice. I look up on the hillside, behind the tree. I take my glasses off, I look at my face. It's still there. I know I saw someone. I thought I hope for my back door. If I take something, I can get free. I can see. I put it faded into next few times, there's this man, this guy, it's an open field, it's outside, it's kind of like a corner. I see this. At first, I didn't know what it was. I thought it was like a tree. I've driven that every time I've been here. This was squatted down on the ceiling, almost sitting. Yeah, there was a tree. I'm just driving by this kind of thing. Stop. I don't think I can to see what it was. So I go down the road and turn around and turn around. It was just sitting. And then getting down on me to put out my phone. I could try to kind of sit down and take that. I'll go back to the same spot. About a month later, it's higher. I can see it. I can see it. Same color, same heads. So, probably here, I'm going to come here and talk about see if I catch it. I've seen that there 4 times so far. And this is just right off the line. It's crazy that it's that most civilizations just doesn't share response. And every one of these is there any events that take place as far as you know with cryptids? I know it's a very branch. They're seen as strange entities. Sometimes does it happen at all? Yeah, it's strange stuff. Last week, my daughter had seen something described but it looked like a horse. She had seen it and the man was standing, and she looked back on it, it was crawling on all fours. Like an army. Really? But it's as large as it's as large. Yeah, it's basically I know the dog man is a dog man out there, so he said a trail cam. I think I saw it somewhere. There's no actual picture of dog man, but in the first slide, it's perfect snowy ground. There's no prints, and all of a sudden these wolf tracks appear. It's an extraction from the cam, because they're motion activated. There's never a wolf or any animal associated with prints. Like 1 minute, there's nothing, and then there was wolf prints. So oddly enough, that's come out of nowhere. All right, hit recording again. Yeah, that is really like saying I don't need just to get after skill factors. That's
listen to stories about it and happy that I missed out on
Yeah, well, we were talking with George now and Gallagher and Thomas Winter. That's what they're saying. They bring something with them and it affects not only them, but it affects their families as well. Like whatever it is that is an hitchhiker fact, it seems to be a legion thing because it actually happens to a lot of people. Like, I don't blame you. I would stay out of myself. Avery, seems to be some association with the audio. It's very garbage.
Okay.
That's better.
And the strangest thing is, when we visited, 1969, I said, Joey, we were having celebrations. Everybody was out of the house. I was thinking about looking out. I went to go use the restroom. I walked by the door, and I went to the door, and I see something. I see something over my eye. So I thought, there's nobody in here. So I walked back and I looked back, and I see this. I see my mom sitting on the road, sitting there, for some reason, I run to the house. I can do the same thing, but it's still there. But this time I know this time I was like, I'm not sure if she communicated immediately. I'm pretty sure because we stepped into the chapters. I ran out of the house the second time. I ran out of the house the second time. I looked up and the dogs.
So we're just going to wrap it up here, and I think we're having some technical difficulties or very it might be your hand on the big phone. If you're holding it with your desk, it might be your hand.
Okay, now we got most of it done here. So, people find more information from you, people want to know more. Where can they find out? Check Perfect, Gabriel. We thank you so much for joining us today. Let's do this again. Every trail cam, Bigfoot wise, we're not a Bigfoot episode. UFO, there's a connection. If you find anything you need, let me know. Nice. Perfect, Gabriel. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of UAP Studies. We're joined again by Michael Lawson, which is joining us from the States. Michael, what state are you in right now? I'm in Charleston, South Carolina. South Carolina? America right now. Yeah, that is pretty hot right now. Yeah, I mean, actually, we this morning, we just took an on go outside and so against all my plans for this. That's a pretty serious warning. They say just stay indoors, right? You know it's right hot. Yeah. So I'm not checking on my 23 years old. Roll jerks. You got to get up on the roll jerks. Yeah, no, this is important too, guys. We wanted to have Michael back on because the first conversation we had was pretty mind-blowing. Did you have any scientific thing that you need to share with me? There's no visuals, we're good. But the subject of philosophy, especially when it comes to ufology, is very important. At some point in our past, philosophy and science blended. They were once one and the same, but it did part, and it becomes almost like a dogmatic approach now to science that you can't think any differently than what the facts are, which I think is we're missing some stuff, right? That's sort of the history of multiple people's philosophy. Sometimes it's called not again, but what's the person who the most give birth? Before they were ready, they were always philosophy. Politics used to just be philosophy. Science used to be natural philosophy. But at some point, right, and knowing that, I think, Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, when sugar really started increasing, did you think this through? I think it's this really that's a beautiful aspect of learning that you know nothing, which is the first step. I think for learning anything is to understand it as much as I think that I know now at 42. I just understand it's weird to say my first fact. You think you know everything, and by the time
psychological effect on life that the longer we live as a species. So we didn't have time to think that far back in the past. We lived at 22, 24 years old and then died of gangrene or some sort of weird infection. And just surviving, you didn't have time to think, what am I, what are these things, right? Like, I think that came along with civilization. We started to push things. We had more leisure time. We started to think of design for us. We didn't have to worry about that. And it's interesting because we start reflecting on ourselves, on nature, and just fighting against our own species to make them realize something that should be evident, right? And I think as a philosopher, for you, it must be maddening when you just, like, especially now when you turn on Twitter, and you follow Jamie Fallon, the question too is that everybody's opinion, everybody thinks, no, this guy is valid, this guy is not valid. Like, they're so certain of themselves, but I'm not certain of anything, just like I have to observe that thing.
Yeah, sort of managed one in one way, it's people thinking, right? People are finding their own passions on things. And so as a teacher, I call it teacher teach for over a decade. One of the more frustrating things is when people come into your classes and they don't seem to have any even all reviews, even concepts expressing what they think or just working with a person who has students to communicate with them on their autism or their experience. So in one sense, it's encouraging. But in another sense, it is discouraging because as a philosopher, I think that sort of distinguishes us from most of the world. Not with this book for that experience. That is like having a complicated that's no idea. No idea that for most people it's deeply uncomfortable. And for me, it's like a little roller coaster. It's really intense. Really intense. It's like it's interesting things about how much I just can't figure out what to do.
Yeah, it forces us to think differently than we'd like to go. Because the thing is, with this subject, and especially for dealing with, let's say, with non-entities, non-human entities, the question of philosophy needs to come back. Philosophy needs to be applied here big time. It's not just the science of it, but the implications of it all. The technology leaked into society, society's use of this new technology, eventually understanding what aliens are, non-entities are, major implications to civilization. And even like I think back, like, because when you study this stuff, everybody said, I know you're not a big fan of Ayn Rand. I like some of her philosophy, not all of it, but some aspect of it I like. And you mentioned something that was quite interesting, that you prefer people to come to your class with a foundation or a base or a basic, rather than somebody who has that. Why is it dangerous not to have that bringing it just to be neutral? What do you think?
Well, I think that it's sort of our natural inclination to certification or some idea that we can use and like we can use in the world with someone person feels or wants it. So being in any direction at all, or sort of identify the directions that one feels to them. The most how is it supposed to be the thing that's against their own natural nature to not commit intellectually to something that they just sort of sit back and observe, a lot of which can be good, but I think there's something sort of natural about people who I just don't even know anything that I'm thinking about that until they can believe that I'm traumatized out of it, discouraged from it, they overthinking and that's going to just go out of the natural state of its anger and lead in one direction.
Yeah, and also, socially, people teach us what's appropriate, what's not. Like, when people used to bring up UFOs, even 10 years ago, people's natural reaction was to laugh it off and to dismiss it. And that's not, it's not the case today, but there was a shift there, right? Mentality or approach to say, hey, maybe it's okay for you to talk about it now. But that didn't damage, now addressing something that's like saying, hey, leaves are green and they're being fast. And I always think about that, like, what are the implications of mankind? Just for those that you mentioned that don't have a foundation that this will wrong their world, because they've never contemplated anything outside the limited space they allow for themselves. What do you think that does to the individual? And in a second part of that question, what do you think that would do as a civilization? Like, what do you think the implications of that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I agree. The first thing, so the first thing was a little bit over this, what we mentioned is when we initially goes beyond human intelligence and is more involved with magical objects and intentions and biological needs and things. Personal coming in our well-being is good to be true. So the best we can do is that we can be nice and we're trying to take our well-being as we can, but there's not really how they might regulate things. I mean, regulate things are motivated and as much as whether it's professional or object flexible, adults go with their own species.
Yeah, and I often think that ego at some point must exist in our society because it can be progress technologically and socially. You need defense mechanisms and weapons to be able to do something to protect myself and self-interest. It's going to be part of these species. I mean, if they're operating, it's for self-interest. It's not, like you said, for the benefit of surviving. It's the scary bit is that it is a multitude of different things. So it's not. I think we addressed this last time. I think that I would fare better. Society would fare better if it comes out like, look, we made contact with alien species. They seem to be friendly. We're communicating right now, so we can meet. The public, I think, would be able to react to that. We're only dealing with one fact, right? One entity, we can handle. But this subject might be really deep in the sense of like, it might be extraterrestrial, ultra-dimensional, interdimensional, something that's already been here, something that's from the future. There's a multitude of possibilities, and it could all exist in the same realm as well. We don't know as well. That's a scary bit, because there's some, I'm sure, are friendly and don't need us anymore, but the others, we're talking about the populations that humans are found in the same place that the snaggles. I was thinking about that same conversation on Friday. And if we were to send a drone out to every planet to dissect an animal that's there, do you think we would hear if the target was finesse or kindness?
So yeah, concern for our fellow animals and their well-being so it might be the case that some other intelligence here is trying to figure out how to treat these things. They can just look at how they treat one another and say, oh, well, that's not right. Let's just follow that because
And like I said, I understand our human nature, human nature will be quite different. In the Bible, God says, my ways are different than my ways. Like heaven is from earth is from heaven. Meaning it's such a different way of thinking that we're not going to get that. I think this is the issue about technology because we're going to throw all our scientists and everything that we can at this philosophy and people of different fields of study to investigate this and try to put this as a collective entity to every aspect of our lives that can bring us even to the core consciousness. We're talking about consciousness and what does that mean as the individual? When you're let's say your rights, it's not really your rights. It's amongst ourselves, it's our individual rights, but for them, they can come and go and just do what they want to at any point in time. And there's nothing. Absolutely. And you hear that a lot in the cases that it's a violation of your body because you can't control a violation of your consciousness. You do whatever they tell you. They tell you forget about it. Like that superiority. I think is the hardest part for these entities is to explain how superior they seem superior. And it seems like they have every right. People say you don't have a right to do this. They say you don't have a right. Or you signed up for it. Like there's a weird thing that's going on there. But I think that maybe that's the part that is the part that takes that is the hardest to cope with. Is a complete lack of any control over it.
It's a violation.
It's fairly recent. Yeah, fairly recent. Yeah, good point. Because that's something that's used to. Something that they do themselves. Like they wouldn't see from what point of view that there's no, people they do come back relatively unharmed. I mean, there's some issues there, but it's interesting that they could do that too. But yeah, no off the joke, they get off the joke. They were hard. At least they return you to the right place where they took you from. Most of the time, we don't know that they do something. You thinking about like the fire in the sky incident? We sent Tim and Ellen and I had to say how that fire in the sky was but that's crazy. And the thing is, it was a rescue mission. They took them in once they had no place to put them back. There. The nearest town, like they did my service. And here's someone here, that shows kindness. When he mentioned Travis Walton, It's early, but yeah, it's crazy because he thinks that it was rescue mission after a while because his friends left him. He wasn't really venturing and he woke up and working on the painting behind me. His point of view was he could see three entities on his head. That's his head up there. I mean, that's not legit what happened, but a rendition of it. And it's scary because you realize that there's no ill intent there. They did him a service. They brought him back and they kept him alive. It was a weird experience for sure. I think it's an alien experience, like how they describe it. They always say, oh, it's like this, but not really. And I could totally understand. We don't understand what's going on for that event. I think that's really one of the things that our story
People don't mistake some people's experience for something they don't have any vocabulary. Like something straight across the sky, it was actually a weather balloon or it was actually a meteor. You might mistake it for something else, but you don't mistake it for what it says. Oh, just some clothes I've never really seen before. Talk about what the surface next to what it was about a coffee or those sort of things. Outside of your vernacular experiences, kind of convey a truthiness to the initial flight. Quality of them when you find in other places, you just don't find it in the realm of what we're going to experience. That's kind of what's starting to make me think about these people have experienced something. Well, they experience something. It's not just a mundane experience that they mistake because it's outside of their own vocabulary and experience.
Yeah, and I think maybe the closest thing to that is an acid trip. And they go through and they see different things in this way. They can never had that happen before. There's no point of reference. As a person going through these experiences, like there's that immediate latch on that makes it easy. So, yeah, that's interesting. And when you hear the commonalities between these abductees and the things that they go through, like emotions, but things that are sent to them, messages that are left, it's very interesting. And on Friday, we were talking about this in the weekdays in February. And that's crazy because as you look at the people each are dressed in it. It was like something like 61 kids, but each one, the little guys open to the doors, each got a different message from that being at the same time. Like how superior is that intellectual intelligence? Like I've never been able to convey with my words things that make sense to other Homo sapiens, but to take the emotions and show them things about the future and stuff like this. 60 individuals, like that is scary. That is not something that we can even fathom at this point.
I only know the place of how much that is they ever convey one message to them and they
Some of them did. Yeah, so some of them did. So right after it happened, they got given to the professor John Mack. And John Mack, of course, was fascinated with the abduction. And he was a huge inspiration, huge inspiration for me to begin with. But he went and flew down there and he started interviewing what they did. So they separated these little ants, like in cameras, so they were freaked out. They didn't want to traumatize them, so they didn't interview them. They did his movement older. And one of the kids, she was saying, she was like, it was saying, come with us, and really was. Some of the ones were terrifying. They were, messages of end of times and just warming. And each kid, I don't know what each kid received, but each one said that they could hear them or like understand their emotions. And it's a really weird thing, telepathy. And it has always fascinated me. Those kids still today, there's a documentary that came out with audio on this. It's called Aerial School. It's fascinating because he takes people that were there, kids that were there, and back there, and they legitimately have PTs. Like they flashbacks from this incident. Yeah, like this one little girl prepares for a mental connection. There's no way she was talking about this life-changing experience that she experienced. The teachers at school are all looking at stuff to talk about because there's too much. But it's fascinating. It's not the only time that these entities appear in schools. They do that often. Throughout the world, yes, England, Canada, and a bunch of them, even playgrounds, like there's an actual interest in our kids. It only happened the development of our species. It's interesting things like this. It brings up so many questions like why, right? Children are better and more interesting results. Hands down, and great observers too, because they'll take everything as adults we have blinders on. There's more things we don't see that we're paying attention not to see it. And kids will report things that adults can't really say, and they're experiencing their when they're little, these entities are almost like friends, like children that they play with. When they're older, it becomes more traumatizing. because you should realize that it's not normal. Or your brain is now conditioned to saying what stating absolutely which I used to have a hard time with that word. Stating absolutely, yeah, especially in this field. And it's hard because you gotta be in that lane of divinity, right? And I say that to people, you gotta be like, your article that you had, you did your philosophy, right? And I'm talking about the people listening, the article that you gave. What was the title?
I think that my goal is much better than so it's time to rethink some basic assumptions about UFOs or something like that.
When it nailed it on the head, that's exactly what your article was about. And it brings about the question of many philosophers. I got some that had guns on the head, which is great. But I'd like to see it more engaged like yourself actually come on this subject because it's a huge part of it. The questions of why implications of rotation disclosure, the implications of disclosure, you brought up full angles and angles. One thing leads to another, right? And one problem leads to multiple other problems, and depending on which path they take. So you had a chart, you had just fascinating.
It also makes sense on a social level. Like, you know, if on the now, or keep emailing me,
The thing is, we were talking about these science that also involves the heads and the implications of one station people being that and more distrusting government is now being like stepping above and beyond what is morally right to keep this secret.
Military people being able to things where you end up getting a lot of real cases where
Entity, clause or something, it also has a clause. It's almost like Sting Predator with like literal predator. They said that they did slash one of the girls' throats and they saved her, but it wasn't pretty. And that these vultures have been attacked almost nightly by these things. So bleeding, and you got to think too, like something you like not mentioned it before, but something you promote to get attention from the US government to go down, or to get any government to go down and investigate it. They must have quite some time. And dangerous enough to send out people to go get help, right? So I'm not sure I'm following up on it every day, seems like every day anymore. News on this. Today we're August 13th, so when we're recording this is August 13th. So news that comes out as this podcast is released. But yeah, that's my basic understanding right now, and it's not uncommon that attacks take place in the southern part of the hemisphere. Like you mentioned, like these like 70s, and people seem to be hurt, found in really weird ways. That weird ways. Much of it happens in much of it happens now. It's very much that the balance of population is what we talk about. But down there, it's probably it seems like it's not good. That they're being attacked. They're being sacked. Major implications, like I said, this is scary bit of ecology that we can be told.
It might be there's like a thought problem saying that if they found something like slash was attributed to like more than serial killers, less serial killers. You would probably attribute it to something like that. And I call those things off the realistic guesses and stories that are saying that you trust or electronic and everybody contacts everybody is attributed to something like a serial killer or whatever. Bizarre stories, especially there is a real fictional story that we have in control hypothesis phenomenon according to cultural icons and stories that we already have. Often specifically for the purpose of confusing or absurding. It's kind of the feeling it has absurdity of like real friendly or something caught up in the reality, which is not been through, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, but I just think that the whole scary that would be like, okay, once you admit that this is happening, this is like, okay, this is happening, there's very many people at this point, and convince people that your life is threatened by something that doesn't seem to be human. But again, the dangerous stories of all the time is going to walk into just things walking lines that should not be just fictional, science fiction, science fact. Somebody said that to me a while ago, and I love that because it's truly whatever it is that we can dream of, probably somewhere on this universe, right? Yeah, so that's a scary bit. But yeah, we're talking about crimes that have been worse of that, and the implications not only the crimes that the government has committed, and I say governments, not governments, but these clandestine operations have done a lot of things. They're not so keen on telling people now because it's a lot more evident. People go missing with some of their TikToks or their podcasts. We're no longer doing it. There's going to be some problem. But in the past, they've owned families, divorces, and just fear that they've caused. And I always think about, yes, a lot of these people are dead, but there's got to be some sort of accountability at some point, right? Because of disclosure, and that's coming as well. What are your thoughts? What should be our approach when we start asking questions on this? How would we go about that?
Yeah, one thing that occurs to me is that probably a lot of this intimidation exists in all sorts of forms, especially when it comes to military. Certain intimidation behavior, like tough stories. This happened in some other information said that a guy had told him in his face, like, he didn't see any Asian Americans, anything comes out, your dad or something, like something really shady, very shady, threatening. what occurs to me in retrospect is that there are a lot of people in the military who have absolutely no authority to anything you're doing, I think you're doing if you want to do, but they can certainly say that and intimidate you and that there's no possibility of accountability of any time things, and then they can also say, they can also do it like such a thing. So what I said, I imagine that a lot of these intimidation tactics become just a loss, right? I mean, they're going to shove up your arse up here, they're going to burn your house down for something footage is all one of the cases that they're probably go through. But then we have things where we have people that look people who are chronic and the ones that I know mixed it up where people have been harmed through sort of psychological manipulation and constant harassment like that.
Gaslighting.
Good holiday, suicide. I just haven't seen any for heroin.
Well, based on David Rush's allegations, they knew that within the military, like they'll kill your entire career if you require age to subject.
That's real. Probably you can't get accountability for anything for your own organization. Maybe a sort of civil rights lawsuit, probably employment rights lawsuit. It's already conditioned properly, especially the military is constructed as organizations in such a way they have all these levels of hate that they can see the blockage that they get into. So it's building up a level of accountability for the law enforcement cases. When you get to weird cases where people get died, killed or something, or just in the military, in those cases, there's probably a higher rate of serious at least as far as that's so quite often summarily executed the person for doing something he wasn't going to job. But I don't know if you're specific as you're troubled most.
Well, I was talking to a gentleman once, and he's fielded this far past experience, and he was mentioning he was investigating the case, and he realized he'd been tailed by, governmental recruiters. And he says everything's fine against the highway, and then all of a sudden he's 40 minutes away from where he was. Driving in the opposite direction, something like that. It was caused by a police vehicle in his car, which, you don't hear about this time when, you hear about either collisions or some sort of encounter.
He's 40 minutes away from where
Yeah, exactly. I noticed that he was in the also in this pickup truck. He's like, what? That's really scary. Like, do they have a weapon? Do they have something? You know what I mean? The accountability of what's being used on us based off the base technology. That to me is humanity. Using technology that's treason to the human race, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe using something that's too powerful that can't be created by humans against humans. Right? And the mind control, the CIA has done a bunch of things on mind control, like NORAD. But that involves bodies. It's never drugs, how you're going to harm people. Scientists, something that all those are mentioned at that time. Scientists have been killed, reverse engineers, Russians have been captured. They were working at us, they had some sort of breakthrough within 24 hours before Russians had been kidnapped. And that's when they ended up on this war gun, is if you need to defend yourself. So shit's going down behind the scenes, and anything breakthrough, something like that. These clandestine operations don't know what they do. They'll bust in, they have SWAT teams, they know what the hell they're doing. This for 90 years of people in this. But in the
so common of bubbles are skeptic. Yeah. Maybe it's just not interesting.
No, once you read the book, it makes sense. He's actually the writer because to me it was like it was just a nice book. He explains almost week by week to the best of his knowledge of what took place. And it makes sense when you read it. He doesn't explain himself well as a person. Because people this garbage or like just like you mentioned psychological games. It probably can't go through a civilian, but these mercenaries that they hire, and a lot of people have been talking about it for sure. Like we know where your dog works, we know where your wife works. Like when you get a threat like that in your family, that's scary. Like that's not my family. I'll shut up. Right?
My own advice for when I was in my situation is try to call the bluff, but then kind of not in a situation where someone is hurting my feelings that don't want to call the bluff. But intimidation tactics, intimidation theory, seems to me the level of authority in which they're working with us, the capability in which they're working that doesn't, to me, baseline level. Of course, maybe just vanish out of the county or something that's in here. Intimidation, and I know that there's not a lot of their organizations that work this way. For instance, Voice Targeted by the Church of Science. For me, I work for an organization that did something.
It's so easy to do that.
It's not. But they'll say stuff like, kill your animals, and bugs in your office and things. But they'll also show they I would imagine was intimidation stuff on the other national stars on my level when it comes to but no, that's
basically they just was an instructor, and they know everything about it. It was obviously that his phone tap and all of this way, like, was a big deal that they weren't big deal. They knew it was coming. They knew it was eventually going to find out what was going on, so they didn't want to life affecting the reverse engineering work. So, and to begin with, they were always all at different times. They were at like 2 o'clock in the morning, get ready, and he's like just mentioning that. He understood the level of secrecy that this was under, and once you start hearing information device that or any other department saying like shit gets real tricky fast, especially for young 20, like how normally it was, right? So because of that, he started getting his R&D coming in, like R&D doing this, they were putting the storm path. But he stood up, he thought his life was a picture, and then of course everything was just a mess. It was like 24-year-old, really very messy situation. He didn't get any better than that. But he was the original whistleblower, as far as I'm concerned, that came out and said, have 9 of these murders. Now there's 12 or something, but 9 of these murders, engineers, everything he experienced going to late now. Element 115, everybody laughed at him. That doesn't even exist. He does now. It's under he's being vindicated. He was that David Rothschild before saying that there's a reverse engineer. Dude, in 1989, he said the exact same thing. You know what I mean? So it's just 30 years of his life being ruined. So he deserves, like I said, a lot more. Let's say praise, but just admiration for standing up for what's right? Telling the general population, these guys are up to this, and this is real. Like, even when we talk about Jim Bigelow, Jim's like, before we take the job from school, we didn't now believe in aliens, like, that stuff is phony baloney, like, it's complete nonsense. It's a job at S4, it changes his mind really quick, right? So, but this, like, so much to go through the things that he's heard, even David Rothschild mentioned, this is kept under wraps with the threat of death. The threat of death is always there, especially with secret happening, right? That's what they like. People talk like Barry Rothschild in Australia, or like she's the war. There's implications to this field. It's not easy, and we're fighting against the current, big time.
if you're listening to this, what's going on in the background now? We're doing media, not this is professional, not this is how
Yeah, and go hard, right? Like, don't go soft focus. Be everywhere. Make sure you get noticed. And it's important. We need these people to go forward. Even people within the military, they enlist to serve the country, but they have no idea that this stuff is going to happen. Put them on the base, and all of a sudden things get very wild. They're not expecting that. And when they come out of service, they're told they're going to go talk to them. Like, I just can't imagine going on your daily life, with the family, knowing everything that you know, knowing that nobody else around you knows. That's got to be isolating.
I think so. I think so. Like, totally different attitude. I think we had, especially in that American like swimming right at the end. Vietnam and sort of just parties, all these little grades, sort of not really working to do that decision. I mean, when you honestly come up with that attitude is made and played and the stuff like that, right? More secrecy, other weapons recognized, like your own dedicated admiration to that field, and all those other incentivizing hard work, dark theories, afraid.
Now, I think that, disclosure of the way it's going right now, because people are going to, you and I were talking about that on Friday, how it's going to start generating anger for a lot of people. This is going to be a big topic. There's going to be superstars, experts that are on TV, exclusives are going to be signed, contracts are going to be signed, the ethical aspect of this stuff. It's like we're going to start marketing this culture. What are your thoughts on that?
To my immediate thought is to the extent that some of these games you can talk about this stuff directly and they come on to be 60 minutes or whatever it is. But for a few reasons, one, for a few reasons, doesn't operate not any source of information, which is a really good reason. If you start offering free market information, incentivizes people to sensationalize the information, much of the folks will get something which is valuable to make it so that's really bad information. Precise sources who are just interested in getting the information out there and making it public. So, those sources, people who have information should also be able to avoid all the page and it's kind of a trail. It's like a deal with the devil. Giving paid $50,000 to come out of
Just like
if you start getting small enough to get down, actually be involved in the information working with you, looking at your calendar, you're going to be too busy getting back to actually stay involved in the material that you're supposed to be working with. So, yeah, the idea of a commodity, the things that we're using in commodity
yeah, then you just think about like, it's like a service, like a search out a couple of dead bodies, you gotta be the same, you know what I mean? Like this is an absolute, what we know maybe was this species capitalism, but again, the one other topic before I let you go, we were talking about people making decisions on your behalf, when the site of the atomic bomb, they had no idea there's no light in the atmosphere on fire, but they said, hit the switch, let's see, let's blaze it.
which is another thing you didn't see. Anybody knows it's totally works. Very faithful to the art. I get your point. You're saying making decisions for us and be talking about what is the example that links to the UAP, disclosure stuff, in there.
Yeah. Well, decisions on this issue of whether reverse technology, if there is introduction, it's on their terms. You know what I mean? It's not a global. We didn't agree to this. It's basically a select group making decisions for everyone without oversight. Without oversight.
Too much information, people you might not want to know the information, but it's certainly too much responsibility for because they like to down so like their biggest like most things in examples the graph easy some sort of anti-gravity type grid and we're trying to figure out how to work here and reverse engineer and see how we can weaponize it. For instance, anti-gravity technique weaponized really we get into some numbers basically conventional theories of light entries of light if we have the origins accelerating toward Mach 5 why our weaponization of it we have to attack a payload to just slam one of those things and power plant if you get a really big crash our weapons like our missile interception system which one's involved in something that you can weapon something that's de-emphasizing the discussions probably for good reasons not for good people whatever but yeah when we say about people when we say in these positions more extreme decision making what do you think we do it's kind of like if given the opportunity and well somebody else is going to have the same opportunity around is going to have the same opportunity you know what they're going to get so I guess we should do it
I think it should not be urban organizations that decide these things. I think they do it because they must have reasons. Every organization has a reason. But a panel, and the panel then votes on decisions being made. When it comes down to this, the panel is elected by the people. The panel doesn't need to discuss necessarily what's going on behind the scenes, but they need to oversight of everything. Right now, there's so many departments, and I don't know who's running the show. It's hard to follow. Right? It's kind of like that cup trick. With the ball, you gotta find where the ball is. And it's difficult. This is why you fall again. It's frustrating because there's people pulling the strings behind the scenes, but they're fighting against you. You're fighting amongst yourselves. Who's an idiot? Who's more? And then you're fighting the media. You're fighting everybody making money now. Making money stars. It's gonna be a tough game. Disclosure and the thing is there's got to be a way where we make a decision as a civilization on how we deal with this. That it should not be compartmentalized to such a small group that doesn't operate within the radar. It's not accountable. That there's no oversight. That's the scary bit. Because those people have the ultimate control. It's not the government. It's not the president of the United States. It's those people. That's the scary bit. That's what on this subject, I don't see how anybody's qualified to handle this case.
structurally deaf, destroyed forever. But it might be the only way to make it ever get a sort of like democratized approach to what this technology is. Everybody had totally transparent about what we had. People with same information you could maybe provide sort of free at some point, even care about their vastly greater technology. If you find a way to make it feel like that's like you with yourself up, you know, civilizations, surely the greatest test of civilizations enormous. Or something that just wipes themselves out like decision making for accidents or something like that. I don't know. Interesting to see how things happen. Because we can look at specific wasn't actually in the hands of government. I mean, we have just looking there, saying there, CIA documents, so here's another specific reason, I guess. This is like
no, I mean, I tell you, it makes sense of that. I've always been since they were little, so I told them that this is real. He's a character. The truth isn't real. It's real. I've always been this with my kids. Even teach them chess because it teaches them empathy. And it teaches them not to necessarily believe something just because it's being said. And I talk to them about the subject and not everything. Obviously, there's little stuff their attention doesn't last very long. But yes, I talk to them about it. They saw the end of it. So I teach them about human corruption and lies and deceit that causes, because you don't necessarily need to kill somebody, but just through this omission, you can definitely destroy somebody's life until they take their own. It's horrible, but like I said, there's crimes that are still committed when it comes down to this. And like David, pushed him out, and he's afraid, if he's afraid on his life or on his life, those are serious accusations because it means that the people that employed him to do his job there'll be consequences. So my answer to him is being able to come out and several year long wars is not support. Don't be through other people that through it, but people that they know that went missing, something happened to them, like it's not good. Whatever this is. If they're evil, we need to know. We need to know. We need to know. There's sort of neutral. There's sort of no basic right, I think, as an entity living on this ground, to know what we're doing. Right? As an adult, I don't know how old you are. I'm 42. And I think I've lived this long and raising kids and made my connections, so I should know what reality is. This is the point of this podcast, is just to say this might be a big reality that we're looking. And we need to look into it. We need to start really focusing on it. It's going to be complex, difficult roadblocks. Timbership mentioned the roadblocks that he had trying to get a congressman right now. So, yeah, the aim is that their aim is that these girls are still playing. They haven't gone away.
If it's right, just like throwing enormous fractions discussion we're having publish it somewhere, maybe be like just as a side job, read a lot about military history, right? Like strategy, how adversary adversary enemies often it's best to just have this left in the dark or believing something, right? That position, you know what's going on. there, you see if you can kind of control what they're thinking. You know what I mean? And so I've been thinking about there's a non-human intelligence, human intelligence acting and doing things rationally. And they have some technology, that lets them to think really fast and even floating. I think that's what I've been talking about. Well, some of the talking about is it's looking some PhD, and they have technology that we get to run on here. It's necessary. We draw the conclusion that they have to some degree confusing intentionally displaying themselves differently than they really are. So, for instance, you can imagine UFO looking like some just over interest or something. But you can also like this so the first step here is that we obviously assume that there's an incentive these technologies they have an incentive to mislead us to sort of control our perception and to confuse us more to not say that we see something, not say that this is being right. And so the question is like, how far should we assume that they should be assuming how much of what we see is constructed before or on the daily therapy, how much of it is real, how much of it is something that seems when they all throughout all of these discussions is that whenever we see something that's very close that penetrates somebody says it's gigantic football inside Texas, that means it's gigantic football-sized football field-sized I don't know if I think that's right, but that's we should draw given that we know there's some sort of like assumption, some behavior that assumption is what's more likely that we accidentally caught with all this like really technology they have the gaps that they want to have their hands down or they're or they strategically chose to be able to see this as if they're as smart as they say as technology yes, so this is to be extremely much more we ever have seen ever. It seems much more likely that I think that we just caught something and seen it, but it's there, it's there, that's the way it's something I get without treating it crashes and technology or something. It seems to me is like it's from something there that is made to consider with us to find it and it is a negative projections of this conclusion. That's why I assume that they're crash avoidance system just because the acceleration systems are sufficient. So the conclusion of this resort argument is that probably any observation we made with our just a visual observation, catching up with watching also crashing it's probably constructed for our perception to make us think something rather than just the moral truth that we found it is. Does that strike you as strike you as
It is, but you know what, too? And I understand your point because it's just weird how these experiences happen. It's like you see nothing like it's or they're captured on radar. Like, I know for a fact that they've operated their radars on ships and especially the nuclear ships and stuff like that. The radars capture activity all the time. I'm just going to address the crash situation. How often do we hear about it happening? Very rare. They're one of the safest ways of traveling, but they do happen. Right? But at any given day, you have hundreds of thousands of planes in the sky, traveling the world, and we hear about it every once in a while. I think it's the same thing with these guys. They're so active that it's impossible at some point one of us to crash. It's just inevitable. But it does happen. But activity here is a lot more prevalent than we give credit for. It's not like they come from somewhere else and direct us here to take off. They're here. They stay here. They stay here for a long time, right? They hover above the oceans for 24 hours and they don't move. That stuff is scary. And they're small. That's just the small stuff. Those are just the cruise. Just imagine what else they do. Right? That's a scary thing. It's just the stuff that we see because that's just the facilitator job. But to tell the truth, like I think that they know our limits. They know the boundaries of which we can experience this objective reality. And that's sort of five senses. They know exactly what's exactly we can see, so then they operate outside those boundaries. Same with influence and stuff like that. There can be noises out there that we can hear because it's outside our hearing spectrum. Right? So I think if you're a species that is about like the same as I said, like I can't stand, let's say, sea color, that's true, that's true. But if you like, let's say they can't see color, well, then you would operate on the terms that they can't see red, they can't see green, you know what I mean? Like you have information and you use it against them. Same thing with these entities. What scares me more is the ability to manipulate thoughts, only on one individual or multiple individuals. Because it doesn't matter if there's a chance you would throw it and how armed that jet is. They tell the pilot to shut off, the jet's off, that's it, the jet's done. And that's the thing with this phenomenon, which is really weird, is that when we do know what we can't get close to them, it's almost like they play cat and mouse with us. It's just these things like circles. It's just make us aware of their superiority. Their superiority. This is cute. This is coming out the play. That's part of the phenomenon that is aggravating. This is made it all want to be taken seriously. If you're a $1 million trained pilot, flying jets, that you want to be taken seriously. That's your job. And this thing makes us feel stupid. Very much does, right? Like college was the 2% exactly what it is. So when you're saying that, there's a difference between that, I think that's exactly it. Sometimes you're like, okay, it's okay, you can see it. And sometimes nobody's outright to see it. So it's weird. People say, oh, it could be the government. I'm like, what rationale is there a logic? Is it to act like that? Or is it, it's the alien way of being? And you're mentioning about the airplanes, and sometimes they do seem like other forms of imitated plane. One gentleman was talking to the press behind. He was mentioning about a helicopter in the field, and everybody could see it. There's lights, there's lighting us on. Big helicopter, like what helicopter do you know doesn't make a sense? Right? Like it cuts air, that's what it's here. Some sound waves that do nothing. So it's fascinating the tricks and the minds that even the abductees will see things that are there that they can't make up what's real, what's not. Keeping us confused, right? And it's nasty. The more I delve into it, the more I drink that more. Why was the reason behind it?
Yeah, it's like, I just think that there's this other question that at least some persons when they object to do maybe the more constructive for to be misled, it's not benefit for the benefit. And they're totally not what we see on the radar, see the video screens or something. And then the question is just what percentage of those are true operations that will be able to live with the complexity of trans. Now I'm like, just that thought is this. Again, sometimes some of the times I'm not skeptical that there's any time I hear any report now, I think, okay, let's have a real one. They got a little bit of just because they intend for us to see this, and they intend for us to see this. It's not just because that's what's there, it's because there's some strategic decision. And there have to be these strategic decisions clocking anti-gravity technology.
No, even the way you say interaction with each other, it's like, well, as far as we know, there might be some nasty interactions, but the way that they sort of just play around and like, oh, you're going to go here, you're going to go there first, right? It's man, this lost my mind. And I know that we don't talk about the technology. For me, it's the entities. The technology will come once you know what you're going to and that's where the fascinates me. Like I said, that's why the phenomenon of abduction fascinates me the most. Is that you want to know why you're here. Just look at your see what they say to this MDs, what they do to the babies, right? If we study that, I think we'd be further ahead. And I know Congress has put together their own. I think what they're failing is that they're not getting the experts they should have. I would call philosophers, scientists, people who are in the field of movement and apply that. People that have volumes of work that investigate like shock police and really, but people that know what they're doing and have investigated this for years or actually years, like for years of philosophy, a book. You know, write a book, write a procedure for what happens. It's like I'm sure they have people like that in place. I think that but again, I think it's like we just focus on one thing at a time, one thing is subject, but we should be looking at the whole. There's a whole phenomenon. It's not just that these things are rivers, but that they're everywhere. They're everywhere. The most important, the most of the videos that the biggest about the 17 was when he said there's a whole fleet of whatever it is, a whole fleet of them. That's the best part of the whole video is the minutes like from a pilot that he's captured that just won, that just made like that is scary, but cool at the same time. Yeah, and you're right. I think that you're right. I see that now, and not to the same extent, but when you follow there's like literally, you know, I'm a fan that's going to follow me. I have all the answers. It's very dangerous. It's very dangerous because, like I said, it leads people to dangerous conclusions and the sun complex, and that's the biggest fear is that this is not the field to do this, and this requires teamwork. Absolutely. Absolutely. And like, what do you want? Like, we're looking forward to New York out on Friday, maybe writing it. We'll see. So, on Twitter and all that. Like, and people really responded to like the last episode we had you on, so they really enjoyed it because this, like I said, philosophy is I don't hear it enough. Ufology, I think it's very important. Is there a discipline? That needs to be applied that hasn't really shown any interest?
Yes.
Sure. it's all stovepipe. So they have this classification problem. Square part, and we talk about it. So if you look at the white world, all of the scientists in the world that work on it, and all that stuff's going to be on the law. They're going to build whatever they want. They're stuck. They get the white world. So it's funny. That's exactly that. They're getting this money from Congress and getting this stuff. But it's all.